Hello world, I'm Nam, and today we're probably going to finish Danganronpa 3. It is a Sunday evening, but I kind of want to go through the entire final class trial, so we'll see how far we can get. Hopefully. I have enough time to get through all of it. Alright. Let us begin the end. Alright. Shrine of Judgment. Hey, Peko, welcome back to the chat.
All right.
The next time we come out of the trial grounds, it'll all be over, right? We can win, right?
Okay.
Of course.
It's okay.
It'll be okay. This class trial should be much easier than the others. Surely, this will be easier, yes. Of course, Maki.
What?
Huh? Why?
Because.
Up until now, we had to find the culprits among the people in our group during the class trials. That's why we couldn't work together, even if we wanted to. This time, it's different. Or is it?
I see.
Since there isn't a culprit among us. We can work together without any doubts.
Ah.
We're all going to be working together this time. I already feel more at ease. Ellipses. But I wish it had happened sooner. At the beginning, there were 16 of us. But now there's only 4 of us standing here, plus Kibo, who's coming later.
Well.
We're about to head to the last battle. Why are you so depressed?
Sorry.
Oh, Sumima-san, you're right.
Everyone!
Arigato for waiting.
Kibo!
That was fast, Kibo. His weapons have been removed. I suppose we don't have to worry about him attacking.
What?
What, are you disappointed? Did you prefer your sci-fi gear after all?
Well...
No, it's not that.
Everyone!
I'm just very Gomina's-eye. Kibo bowed at the waist to us. I act recklessly and put you all in serious danger.
Everyone!
Sumima-san, I'm very Sumima-san.
What?
Huh? What's wrong? You're totally different from before when you were in its battle mode. Yeah, he grew his ahoge back. Shuichi, you told me earlier not to give up hope.
Okay.
That's right. I finally realized that you were right. My inner voice told me. Your inner voice? I thought you said you couldn't hear it anymore. Well, I had the Mold Cups prepare me in addition to removing my battle gear. And now, for some reason, I can hear my inner voice again. So he can hear it again after the repairs. It looks like his hair looks like an antenna. Interesting. Does that mean it wasn't just decoration? Now that I think about, what is his inner voice exactly? What does he hear? I was wrong to try to destroy everything just to avoid losing to despair. Even if I had followed through, there would have been no hope or future afterward. In which case, my actions would have merely resulted in a different despair altogether. I do not expect you to forgive me. What I did was foolish.
Please!
But will you allow me to fight alongside you? I want to help you find the truth. Onagai! Of course, Kibo. That's what I've wanted from the start. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to do this. So, you'll allow me? Ellipses. Oh, you seem angry, Smoogie. Would you prefer I not help?
Well.
I'm not mad. I'm just holding myself back. When someone says please, that strongly, I always want to respond with, but I refuse. I always want to respond with Daga Katarau. But I can read the mood here, so I'm holding back. Well, of course.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'm okay now. Of course you can fight with us, Kibo. There's a big wall between living things and objects, but you're our friend, Kibo.
Everyone!
Arigato. By the way, Maki, I've been meaning to ask you, but... What is that vacuum cleaner you're carrying?
I see.
It's the bug vac. I think Kokichi designed it and had Miu make it.
I see.
Yes. Gonta had mentioned something about tiny bugs before.
Okay.
Yes, I thought it could be a clue to something. But we can't seem to catch any bugs with it. It doesn't seem like there are any. So it really was just Gonta's imagination after all.
No.
Wait. Mate. It might be too soon to determine that. Can we wait until I've examined it with my eyes at least? Your eyes. What do you mean, Kibo?
You.
What good can your eyes do? It's not like you're good. You got good eyesight, right?
Yeah.
That was true until I installed my zoom function.
Huh?
Your zoom function? What, now you can remote into the class trials?
Yes.
It was in my lab next to the jetpack and rocket launcher. Thanks to that zoom function, my vision has increased 100-fold.
Huh?
100-fold?
What did you say?
That's a power-up that goes way past your default settings.
But
And this is a true talent of the ultimate robot. Because I'm a robot, I can evolve in ways that are simply not possible for a human. I've finally accepted that. There are noticeable differences between us, but they're nothing for me to be ashamed of.
I also...
Because with my talent, it's possible that I can save you all. Kibo took the bug vac from Maki and
Leave it to me.
it's worth a shot. At maximum zoom, my vision is on par with that of a microscope. Maki, I'll borrow the bug vac for a moment. He stared at it intently.
I see it. I'll print out this memory.
Is that a tiny Monokuma bug? Just as before, Kibo printed out a picture from right out of his mouth. He took it from his lips and handed it to me.
Huh?
Is this Monokuma?
Hey.
Are these the small bugs Gonta was talking about?
Yes.
A human's eyes would not be able to see things that exist in a nanoscopic level. Nano machine, son! For Gonta to have noticed them, his vision really was superhuman.
Hey.
Hey, what are these things holding? Are they holding cameras?
Well then...
Why don't we ask them?
Huh?
We can talk to this?
Leave it to me.
Yes, I've already installed an augmented hearing function.
What was that?
I guess anything is possible.
Start talking now, or I'll squish you one by one. Whatever function you serve, you'll be unable to carry it out. Do you accept these terms?
People talked in a way that made it clear it was not up for negotiation. Ellipses.
They call themselves Nanokumas. Apparently they're members of the Monocubs.
What? This little thing?
Then there were actually 6 monocubs?
Not quite. These don't exist as individuals, but rather as a hive mind. They travel through the air in a swarm, covering every square inch of this campus.
So it's not just one. The whole swarm of monocubs.
If they're that small, they could have been in my nose or mouth and I'd never know. I don't like the thought of that.
And their function is to record footage of the events that are unfolding here and transmit it to Monokuma.
What?
Using their tiny cameras, they record footage and transmit it wirelessly. Mother Kuma receives the footage and parses it before sending it off to Monokuma.
Makes you wonder how they didn't see the murder for the last trial then. Maybe the electro bomb was just that good. And no Nanokumas were able to run in and find it out what happened.
You mean like a security camera?
They're so small that they can't be seen with the naked eye. They must be the security cameras. So there were security cameras after all.
Hey.
And they've been recording footage wirelessly. Monokuma family tree. It's more like an evolutionary tree at this point. Kokichi was correct. He used the electro bomb. Okay, I guess they can't fly that far, so...
That punk.
When he used it, the Nanokumas were unable to send any footage back to Monokuma.
You're right.
Yes, in that case, I doubt Monokuma knew the real culprit. The more I learn, the more I wish that Kokichi had just worked with us normally.
But
That's impossible. No matter how many times he reincarnates, he's liar down to his soul. I never would have imagined the 6 Monokuma would be security cameras. That's how Monokuma was able to keep watch of this entire academy. He's toying with us. He's not just confident, he's sure he's going to win. Knowing that must be what he's thinking.
Oh yeah.
At least we know that important detail now. I'm glad you told us before the class trial.
Thank you.
Yeah, arigato, Kiba.
By the way,
You're welcome, but we should get going now.
That's true.
Yeah, if we don't know what Monokuma will do if we show up late.
That's fine.
You're right. Let's start heading to the class trial.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead, save. And let's go ahead and review all our truth bullets one last time. Okay. Okay. Okay, do we have the history of Hope's Peak Academy, the first game's events? Key passages of the documents are as follows. The cause of the biggest, most awful tragic event in human history was ultimate despair. The term ultimate despair can be used both for the group and Junko. Okay. In order to plunge the world into despair, the ultimate despair is plotted in the killing game. Okay. To protect themselves from tragedy, the 7-8 class themselves seal themselves in the Hope's Peak Academy. Blah blah blah. Hope's Peak Academy did not admit students by application. The only way they were admitted by being scouted. There was one student who won a lottery. Okay. One of the videos distributed as okay, so that's Kokichi's motive. Okay. And Kokichi was a leader of a secret society named Dice. Together with his 10 underlings, he committed non-violent crimes and harmless pranks around the world. It's just a prank, bro. He was a YouTuber. And that's why Kokichi was insufferable. He was a prank YouTuber. Okay, killing game. Okay, Monokuma is particular about killing game's rules. Blah blah blah. We think the game's to be shown. The edition's very similar to the game by Junko. Claim that killing game is being watched by someone. Mysterious messages. We already read these messages and used them to get Rentaro's message. Okay, Rentaro. He was the ultimate survivor, right? And he had so he survived the previous killing game, and he had the perk that gave him the map, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, he got a map and notes from himself from the previous game after the memory wipe. Yeah. Go for project. Document code, blah, blah, blah. According to document, Kaede has a younger twin sister. Are they going to recycle this plot point from the first game? Hey guys, today's gonna be my last video for my last video. I'm gonna have my friend Kaido crush me. Okay. Leave a like below, and don't forget to comment and subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe to my Patreon for the uncensored version of the murder. Okay. I really hope they don't revisit this. Like, they've already recycled a bunch of things, and you can get away with saying, oh, it's just for nostalgia. But having the mastermind be Kaede's twin, that'd be a little much. The vacuum device for capturing bugs is found in the Ultimate Research Lab. Only designed with Kokichi to find tiny bugs. Alright, so yeah, we found out we have nano machines. Okay, Mother Kuma. Okay. Kinda reminds me of Genova from Final Fantasy VII. Okay, it's a machine that creates spare Monokumas. Okay. Survivor perk monopad. Clue to ending the killings. Okay. The mastermind who's behind the killing game is hiding somewhere within the academy. But is it one of us? I kind of want to think it's Tsumugi because she hasn't done anything important at all. But it's almost too obvious. I feel like maybe they put her there intentionally to be boring, just to throw us off, so that way we spend the entire game suspecting she's doing something. When in fact she's nothing at all. She's just there to be boring. Will she do something interesting? We'll find out. Okay, your best chance of exposing them is when Konkun needs a spare. At that time, Monokuma will go to the library's hidden room. Okay. To prove this hint accurate, I'll predict something. The first thing you remember is the ultimate hunt. Only share this information with people you know you can trust, okay? Shot put ball with pink fiber. Found inside the trash can in the hidden room, there were no blood stains on the shot. It is different from the one used to kill Rantaro. Pink fibers were found on it. So, I guess the implication is that this pink fiber came from Kaede? I don't remember anyone else having obviously pink uniform. Okay. Next one here. Hidden door in the library, we know about that. Okay, exiting. Yeah, you don't need a key card to exit, but there was another way to it. According to Mother Kuma, the mastermind goes to the hidden room in the library quite often. In addition, the classroom creates flashback lights. Reverts to the original state when doors opened. Seems as though the person operating it was being cautious not to be seen by anyone. Flashback settings. Flashback light can be made from the classroom on the second floor. There are 4 categories for the type of flashback lights that can be created. Survivors, outside world, killing game participants. From those basic categories, several options are available. Hidden room passageway. Okay, we went through that. So connects to the girls' bathroom, so it doesn't really narrow it down because the only people left are me, the girls, and Kibo. And I don't think Kibo needs to use the bathroom either, so... So it doesn't really narrow down the suspects. And this passageway has not even shown the map of school on Survivor perk model pad, only matched my new about it. Found picture of Rantaro, photograph taken by the camera facing hidden door and camera, blah blah blah. Discovered in Kokichi's room, Rantaro's picture trying to remove the camera. And I think the implication is that whoever the mastermind was, they picked up the monopad with his Survivor perk on it and transported it into the hidden room. So that way no one would know. And then we have the 6 Monaco. Alright. Samugi, this is your last chance to confess.
Alright!
Gonta discovered it. Kokichi made the design, Miyu built the device. It was because of all of them that Kibo was able to find the final clue. It's almost like everyone's cheering us on. I know you're up to something. Alright. Alright, let's go. There's no point in worrying anymore. Right now, we only need to think about getting out of here alive. And so, we put the destroyed Ultimate Academy behind us and headed to the final trial grounds. Carrying the last of the survivors, the elevator brought us down. What could be waiting for the 5 of us? I'm sure this is the end of despair. In the beginning of hope. Everything ends here. Everything. The killing game of Hope's Peak Academy. The killing game of Jabberwock Island. They barely touched on Danganronpa 2. And the killing game of this Ultimate Academy. How much more until they're satisfied? This is the end of it. until Spike Chunsoft decides they need more money. I'm tired of this. We're going to end it. We're going to end this cruel game. Until they greenlight another Danganronpa. So this is the final trial grounds. It's not up to you or me to decide whether or not this is the end.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Well.
More importantly, since you guys requested that we hold this class trial, I'm sure you won't mind allowing me to participate too, right? I mean, to be fair, most of the characters are dead.
Right?
It'll be easier to argue if I do. That being said, it is kind of weird how some people like get really obsessed with like the earlier characters. I remember seeing that one meme video of the guy who has like the Church of Sayaka Saizamo, and like his entire home is just plastered with images of her. Like, dude, she died in the first chapter.
That's true.
True. I was going to have you participate this time, but I didn't think you'd volunteer.
What is it?
You seem confident.
With my magic.
You're confident now, but I'm gonna turn your body to an omnibus with my magic.
Actually,
An omnibus? Do you mean a vehicle or like a compilation book or a... Knock it off! I won't be provoked by your cheap threats. He seems very provoked.
Yeah, but
If Pops is gonna participate, things are gonna get pretty damn interesting.
Father!
You can do it, Father!
Get a rock hard ranger!
Is that all he says? Okay, we'll cheer you on until our voices are hoarse and bleeding, right, Monodam?
That's wonderful.
This is beautiful.
How stupid!
Cheer me on, you guys are totally participating too. Eh? A good 40 minutes, yes. Oh, what a lovely 40 minutes where she was plotting to frame us for murder. Truly, someone we should dedicate a religion to, yes. You kids have a pivotal role to play. What kind of dad would I be if I hogged all the spotlight? And if you kids don't play a pivotal role, then what use are any of you? A pivotal role? Can we really do it? I don't know.
Looking forward to it.
Don't worry. As a good parent, I'll do my darnest to motivate you.
Well, now.
With this button.
what?
What's that button for? It's a monocup detonator that I've prepared to ensure my adorable kids do their very best. Every Asian parent's dream. Detonator?
Yeah.
Yep, with a push of this button, I'll detonate the bombs inside each of your bodies. So make sure you try real hard, or I'll start pressing this button, God. That's too far.
Here.
You know what they say? If your kids are cute, put a bomb inside of them.
you stupid.
That's not a real saying.
Cuz.
I know you cute kids can do this. You just need the proper motivation. So no need to worry. Just make sure you all play pivotal roles, that's all.
Dear.
How absurd.
I knew it.
You really are the worst. I'm the best at being the worst, don't you think so? I tell you, people can't get enough of my crude antics.
Now then.
All right, let's get started. Let's get this crude climax underway. You want to save? Okay. Skills. I don't even have any points to spend. I guess I shouldn't have expected there to be free time during the final chapter. View handbook. Alright. Did any new rules get added? I don't think so. Yeah. Alright, beginning. Let's see if we can actually finish this tonight. It's Danganronpa time.
I'd like to begin by asking Shuichi a question, since this class trial was his idea. What exactly is the point of this class trial?
Yeah! Why are we having a class trial if no one died? Whoa! My voice was way louder than I expected. I might be on a roll today.
I'm no slouch at being a loudmouth either.
I wish you were.
Monodam's voice is super soft, though. Everyone cool with him getting blown up?
You said that the killing game would end if you exposed the truth at the class trial. So, you bastards, what is the purpose of this class trial?
Oh, that's a good question.
When his voice was quiet,
Does force volume not matter at all?
The purpose of this class trial. Alright. Let's see. Let's save. New save now.
All right, I'll give you an answer. The reason I called for this trial is...
Okay, to stop Kibo and Monokuma's fight, continue the killing game. Retry a past case? No, that's not a problem. I didn't scare a lot. I didn't... Say something already.
Damn it!
Okay. Retry the past case?
That's it!
Okay.
I wish to retry a past case.
Retrial?
I guess we're gonna do Rentaro's trial then. I mean, Kaida's trial.
For which case?
The first one, the murder of
Yeah.
Rantaro Amami. I've found new evidence relevant to the case.
I mean, technically, it also stopped Kibo and Monokuma from fighting, but okay, yeah. Not to.
In light of that evidence, I demand a retrial.
What's the point of a retrial? The result of the first class trial has already been settled.
yeah!
What if our vote was wrong?
Ooh.
Wrong!
Monokuma said the blackened for that incident was Kaede.
You saying he was wrong?
What?
Mono Kid, your reactions are too extreme. It's making the rest of us look bad.
Oh shit! He's already got the detonator!
To test the validity of our vote, we're going to retry the entire case. If Monokuma was wrong, the validity of these trials would be in question. The entire killing game wouldn't make sense anymore.
I see. You think you can destroy the game by calling out my failure as the game master.
You shouldn't have a problem with this if you have nothing to hide, Monokuma.
So in the end, the first case has become the focal point yet again. What a twist! What an interesting twist! Okay,
So what is this new truth?
There are several. But before we go any further, I want to discuss Rantaro's talent.
Did you learn what his talent was?
Rentaro's ultimate talent was a mystery, but now I know. He wasn't that good of a talent, apparently, because he didn't survive. But he was technically the ultimate survivor. He was the ultimate survivor.
That's it! He was the ultimate survivor.
I'm sure someone's gonna make that joke now. Well, that sure did him a lot good, didn't it? Hmm?
Ultimate survivor?
I saw it too. He said so in his video.
Well, the truth is, this isn't your first killing game. You're the ultimate survivor. You survived the last killing game. Game. That's why you get this perk. The survivor perk. Perk.
Rantaro became the ultimate survivor after surviving a past killing game. After his memory was wiped, he participated in the killing game once again.
So this wasn't Rantaro's first killing game?
Why did he participate in a second killing game?
I'm not sure yet.
I'm assuming he didn't have a choice. Who else would choose to do that?
But after I learned that Rantaro was the ultimate survivor, I deduced his objective.
Survive?
Rantaro's objective?
The reason he went to the library before he was killed, and why he knew about the hidden door.
Didn't he just happen to randomly notice the hidden door?
That's what I thought at the time, but it appears that assumption was false. There was an actual reason Rantaro knew about the door.
I'm not saying before I answer incorrectly. He had a map, though. The reason is survivor perk.
That's it! Rantaro was given this monopad as a kind of survivor perk. It has a map of the entire academy, including areas that had not yet been unlocked. Of course, that includes the hidden room.
To think Rantaro was given that as a survivor perk.
It'd be interesting to be stuck playing a game like that, where you previously played it before, but you have no memory of it, but you have clues from yourself in the past. I'm sure there's like a game like that out there somewhere, I think. Okay. To think Rantaro was given that survivor perk.
He found out about the hidden room with this map?
The monopad also contained a video Rantaro recorded for himself.
I think Time Splitter was sort of like that, right? I never actually got to play those games, but I think it factored in a little bit. All right. Okay, also contained a video Rantaro recorded for himself. Clue to end the killing game.
If the mastermind ever needed a spare Monokuma, they would head to the hidden room.
The message was what inspired him to go to the library to investigate the hidden room.
Oh no, not so much that, but like the writing in the game is that the character has already been there before, but they don't have any recollection of it. I guess amnesia, like an amnesia. Yeah, that's an amnesia subplot for like every game that has amnesia in it. Fuck. But I guess in a more structured environment like this game here, where you actually have clues left behind from yourself. Okay, time limit is now in effect. If a murder does not occur by nighttime, 2 days from now, every student forced to participate in this killing game will die. Mauled to shreds by countless Monokumas from the rumored Monokuma making machine.
The mastermind would have gone to that room to mass-produce Monokuma once time ran out. So, in order to figure out who the mastermind was, Rantaro went to the hidden room at the back of the library just before time ran out.
That's right. Rantaro must have come to the same conclusion that Kaede and I did.
Okay.
Sure is ironic that the ultimate survivor died because of Kaede's trap.
Yay, someone made that joke. Yay.
But if Rantaro had a clue like that, why didn't he come to us with it?
I assume because he didn't trust us. The killing game had just started, after all. What he said in his video message certainly didn't help either.
Trust nobody, not even yourself.
He told himself to only share this information with people he could trust.
He didn't have any recollection of filming this message, right? That means he must have had trouble believing it as well.
It was probably confusing to him, too. That's why he didn't consult us.
Why the long face? It's nothing. I figure no one would listen to some guy who can't even remember his own talent, right? Right. This is exactly what Monokuma wants us to do. So what else is part of his plan? Is my memory part of it too? If it is, then... can I even trust myself? Myself?
He didn't know if he could trust that video, or trust us, or even trust himself. He must have been so lost. But with the time limit approaching, he decided to take a chance.
It must be even more like nowadays, it'll be even more difficult to trust a video like that of yourself because of deepfakes. It's like, wait, is this really a video from me in the past? Or did someone deepfake this? There's no need for that because I'm going to end this game. I've already decided. You're going to end this game? It's not about outfoxing everyone in this killing game. It's about ending the game itself. And that's the real goal. Can you even accomplish such a feat? I wouldn't be saying this if I didn't think I could. Could.
So we went to the library alone, without telling anyone.
And then he got killed by Kaede's trap.
The only people who knew about the hidden door at that time were Rantaro and I. I had Kaede with me, and I thought I could trust her. So I told her about the hidden room.
Just wait until the United States presidents open up TikTok. Oh, they already know all about that stuff, man. That's why you're not allowed to use TikTok on a government phone now. It was funny though, like I really liked the meme of like the AI presidents talking on TikTok about video games. It ran its course, but it was fun when it happened.
That was the difference between me and Rantaro, I suppose. I had Kaede.
I had a waifu.
Kaede's the one who killed him!
What a snake!
Hey, so what are you guys talking about? Is this something I forgot?
I don't know anything about what they're saying.
Is this something that transpired before we were born?
So what's your point? You know who Rantaro was and why he did what he did. But it's pointless now, isn't it?
No, it's not pointless. Now that we know this new information, if we look back at Rantaro's case, we can find a new truth that we missed at the time.
A new truth?
I don't really get it, but we just need to look at Rantaro's case again, right?
Then let's do it.
Yes, let's do this together.
With my vast magical powers, I'll turn Monokuma into an omnibus. I don't really get that either, but I guess we're gonna republish Monokuma.
What? I'm not too sure either, but the real battle is just beginning. We'll prove that the result was wrong and core the mastermind together.
Rantaro went to the library just before Monokuma's time limit expired.
Using the information provided by the survivor perk, he made his way to the hidden door.
To expose the identity of the mastermind. But before he could achieve that goal, he got hit in the head with a shot put ball and died.
Because of Kaede's fully automatic killing machine!
Eh? Fully automatic?
There was no culprit at the scene. The only one in the library at the time of the murder was Rantaro himself!
That's a fact, right?
The camera went off just before the incident. And only Rantaro was in the picture.
Rantaro's the only one that's seen. That's what we concluded the first trial. Was that really true?
Rantaro went to the library.
Okay, I think we have to use this against Monokuma.
With a shot put ball and died.
Because of Kaede's fully automatic killing machine!
Eh? Fully automatic?
There was no culprit at the scene. The only one in the library at the time of the murder was Rantaro.
There we go.
That's wrong! No, Rantaro was not the only one in the library at the time the murder occurred. This survivor perk monopad is proof of that.
Why would that monopad be evidence?
The monopad was given exclusively to Rantaro as his survivor perk, correct? But when we searched Rantaro's body, he didn't have it on his person. He only had his student handbook monopad. Which means that someone took this monopad from Rantaro after the murder.
That's very wrong!
Wow! That's what we've been saying!
What? Keep quiet, will you? I don't have time for your nonsense right now.
Really? I have no clue what anyone is talking about.
If we don't chime in soon, Pops is gonna push the detonator.
Then we better not let these fucking chumps run their mouths anymore!
What the hell are we gonna argue about? Is it gonna be a bunch of nonsense? Final picture of
A
Rantaro.
bloody monopad is disgusting! You should wash it right away!
That's not a real rebuttal!
Someone stole the survivor perk, Mon. Where's the proof?
No way there's a bloody thief!
A bloody monopad is disgusting! You should wash it right away!
That's not a real rebuttal!
Someone stole the survivor perk. Where's the proof?
No way there's a bloody thief!
But remember, Rantaro brought the survivor perk monopad to the library. If it's missing now, that must mean someone stole it.
He brought that monopad to the library?
I think there's maybe no way that's possible.
All he had on him was the student handbook monopad. He didn't bring the survivor perk with him.
I'll cut through your words. No, there is no doubt Rantaro brought the survivor perk monopad to the library.
Okay, let's save. Can't believe we have to argue with these fucking monocups.
The picture taken just before he died clearly shows him holding it.
That could be his student handbook monopad, bro. You fucking know.
No, it was definitely the same monopad. You see the way the blood has dried here? The outline of his fingers matches how he was holding it in the picture.
Oh, you're right.
Shortly after this photo was taken, Rantaro was struck in the head by the shot put ball. Do you think that's when this bloody outline on the monopad was formed?
I do. That's why the monopad Rantaro is holding in this picture has to be the same monopad we have now.
What?
Come on, no overreacting. It makes us look like we're not paying attention.
Scream all you want. Monosuke's the one that's gonna get blown up.
Monokid!
I was so upset my cute cubs lost that my finger slipped. But those were some pretty fireworks. Even in death, my kid's a real cutie. I hear lions push their cubs into bottomless ravines to kill them.
They don't kill them.
So there was a thief, huh? I can't believe someone would do something so evil.
So who took the monopad? Do you know anything else?
See? Damn, why couldn't he have killed Monosuke instead of Monosuke? Why couldn't he just kill all of them already? Welcome back to the chat, Slush. Do we know anything about the person who took Rantaro's monopad? Yes, I think we do. Let me get the facts straight and think. Psych taxi. Start. Oh boy, this thing. I wasn't expecting to use this minigame so soon, but okay. Outside of piloting the Exosols, I don't see the purpose of the Mono Kids. Or the Mono Cubs. They help find clues occasionally, but you can easily just write around that. I guess marketing. You have to do something fresh, right, with every sequel. But I personally don't care for them that much. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Oh, we have 8 minutes. It's fine. How many mob pets of return I have in the library? You know who's who smote at me? I think he just had his one monopad, right? Ah, fuck. I guess it was 2 then. It can't be any of the other ones. At least with Monami, it was just one of her. Which monopad was taken away? Oh yeah, all that stuff that I didn't pay attention to because it happened between chapters. I mean, I could have looked at it, but I didn't bother. Survivor perk. Ah, come on. Ah, come on. Where was that monopad taken to? The hidden room. The only question that even matters here's the last one. That's the only one you actually need to think about. Fuck. Ah, fuck! I missed all of them. It's okay, we have 6 minutes. Ah, fuck. Who can enter the hidden room? Really? We had to spend 4 minutes on this? Mastermind?
It connects! The one who took that monopad is the map.
I can't believe we had to spend 4 minutes just to get to that conclusion.
Mastermind. I'm sure of it.
The mastermind?
The Survivor perk monopad was found in the library's hidden room. And only the mastermind would have been able to enter that room, correct?
Between the time Rentaro died and when we found him, they put that monopad in the hidden room?
No, that's impossible!
Impossible? Why?
Huh? You don't know? Why, even my cute little cubs have already figured it out.
We have?
Yeah, so I'll let Monotaro explain.
Huh? I've already forgotten what we're even talking about.
Why are they even here right now?
Oh, crap, he's gonna push it! It's gonna be Monokid all over again!
The mastermind is not in any of the photos taken in the library. Why is that?
Huh?
Oh, that's true. In order to get to the hidden room, you need to move the bookcase, right? But Shuichi and Kaede set up those hidden cameras, so... If the mastermind was using that door, they would have been caught on camera. But none of the pictures showed anyone like that.
Then, that reasoning is wrong.
Amazing, Monodum! Well done!
Hold on. The hidden cameras in the library had interval timers.
After the shutter snaps, the cameras can't take a new photo for 30 seconds. Because of reasons. Because I redesigned the cameras to auto-roll the film instead of having to do it manually. Imagine still using film cameras.
Perhaps the mastermind worked within that 30-second interval?
I see. So the mastermind hid in the hidden room, waited for the right timing, grabbed the monopad from the library, and then returned to the hidden room.
Hold on! There's a flaw in your logic.
What? What flaw?
Huh? Don't ask me! The Mono Cubs are gonna explain it!
What? Again?
Check your logic without explaining why! That's the Monokuma debate style! Take it from here, Mono Cubs! And you better use your brains or I'll kill ya!
Yeah, I think Americans do the same thing when we argue.
What are we arguing about again?
The hidden camera! Isn't it weird that the mastermind's not in any photos?
Unless they use the interval between shots.
The camera has a 30-second interval between shots. That's enough time to take the monopad from the body.
Then where was the mastermind hiding?
In the hidden room, of course!
If they were still inside the hidden room, how would they know what was happening in the library?
If you don't know when the camera went off, how would you know the interval timing?
Bravo, Mono-Dan! Wonderful objection!
Now we've escaped certain death.
I know the mastermind was trying to time it. And of course the mastermind would be able to get the right timing.
What are we arguing about again?
The hidden camera!
It has to be the Moncom,
Isn't it
right?
weird that the
sixth
mastermind's
one.
not in any
Photos? Unless they use the interval between shots. The camera has a 30-second interval between shots. That's enough time to take the monopod from the body. And where?
Was the mastermind hiding?
In the hidden room, of course!
If they were still inside the hidden room, how would they know what was happening?
That's wrong!
Nano machines, son.
The mastermind saw what was happening in the library. They had surveillance cameras.
Surveillance cameras.
What? Where would something like that be?
You don't know? Even though they're monocubs just like you?
Monocups?
I mean these.
Ah, so cute and tiny!
Aren't they? They're your siblings, too!
That's a big reveal to drop so casually.
These little guys are called Nanokumas. Their job is to monitor the campus.
How do you know that?
Oh, Father told me. He said to make sure I told everyone. I had completely forgotten about it. Good thing I just remembered.
Dumbass! You remembered too late!
There are countless nanokumas buzzing all over the campus. All the footage they record is wirelessly transmitted through Mother Kuma, and then sent to Monokuma.
Yes, via Mother Kuma. That's an important point. If Mother Kuma receives the camera feeds, the mastermind could ask it anything. They would know about the situation in the library and the hidden room.
I see! Mother Kuma can tell them the interval timers for the cameras!
Then the mastermind was in the hidden room after they stole the monopad from Rentaro.
But why would they steal the monopad?
The mastermind was probably terrified by the idea of us picking up Rantaro's perk.
No, that's wrong!
How come you're using our line now? That's our line. You can't take that away from us. Nani?
I wasn't necessarily afraid. The survivor perk was for Rantaro's eyes only. Sure, he could have shared the info with you, but that's not the same as getting the info directly from the monopad. Because then, you can't say it was a survivor perk for Rantaro's eyes only, right? So when he died, I took it back. That's all.
I guess he didn't have a next of kin to pass on the survivor perk to, so.
I don't know about that.
How do you figure?
You look calm now, but at the time, you must have been pretty desperate. The monopad clearly stated that there was a mastermind in the academy. If we knew then that a mastermind was behind everything, we would have worked together. But you couldn't let that happen. You needed us to go after each other.
Either way, you admit the mastermind stole the monopad, right?
Well, yes, but only reluctantly.
Then the mastermind messed up.
You done goofed up, son.
If they wanted to retrieve the monopad, they should have used Monokuma to do it.
Nope, that's impossible. The rules state I can't participate in a murder, which includes tampering with the crime scene.
How's Monokuma any different from the mastermind, though? Whatever. Fine. You and your stupid rules. The school
If you're
rules.
so strict about following the rules, does that mean that someone is watching? If that's the case,
Still, what a waste of a survivor perk! If only he lived a little longer, then this info would have made things interesting.
Ah, stop changing the subject!
I still don't have the whole picture, but it seems that we're all being watched. In that case, this plan should go well. If I ruin this killing game by proving that it doesn't follow its own rules, I should be able to end this whole thing.
But the point of this class trial is to discuss Rantaro's case, right? The mastermind stealing his survivor perk shouldn't affect it whatsoever. In the end, Kaede killed him. There's no shaking off that truth.
yeah!
One truth prevails!
No, that's not the truth. I'm certain of that.
Let me do a JoJo pose while I'm at it.
It's a lie that you made up.
Me? Lie?
That's right. Kaede wasn't the one who killed Rantaro. The true culprit is...
The mastermind.
That's it! The mastermind controlling Monokuma. They're the one who killed Rantaro.
Dun dun dun. I really hope we don't conclude that's actually a twin, though. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back.
Mastermind is the culprit?
Jeez, and you call yourself the ultimate detective? Trying to overturn the results of the first class trial. The Mono Cups won't be silent about this!
What? Us again?
But we said we don't know!
If Rantaro's killer is the mastermind, that means Kaede was the mastermind!
Can you prove the mastermind is the culprit?
Yeah! Got any evidence?
You want evidence Kaede is the culprit? The shot put ball at the murder scene. She used the camera flash to lure Rantaro in, and then cracked his skull with a shot put ball.
Yep, Kaede set up the whole thing. Even the lethal shot put ball. Kaede had it all along.
See, Kaede's the mastermind after all.
Why so interested in dead people? You want to crack open a cold one?
If I could just show that Kaede isn't the culprit, their arguments fall apart. I should have evidence of that.
If Rantaro's killer is the mastermind, that means Kaede was the mastermind!
Can you prove the mastermind is the culprit?
Yeah! Got any evidence?
You want evidence Kaede is the culprit? The shot put ball at the murder scene. She used the camera flash to lure Rantaro in, and then cracked his skull with a shot put ball.
Yep, Kaede set up the whole thing. Even the lethal shot put ball. Kaede had it all along.
Ah, fuck, it hit the fucking thing.
Kaede's the mastermind after all!
Why so interested in dead people?
They literally spawned right in front of it. Fuck.
They set up the whole thing. Even the lethal shot put ball. Kaede had it all along.
That's wrong! The most important fact we discovered during the investigation is this.
And say before I fuckings up.
The shot put ball that Rantaro was killed with was different than the one Kaede had.
What'd you say? I have no idea what's going on.
A different shot put ball? What do you mean?
I found a shot put ball in the trash can in the hidden room. But it was not the murder weapon. That shot put ball didn't have any blood on it. Rather, there was a pink fiber stuck to that shot.
I'm glad this references how in the first chapter we were constantly looking through the trash to find something.
Pink fiber? So what?
Do you remember how Kaede was carrying the shot put ball?
Heidi's backpack. She was carrying the shot put ball in there. Despite its weight, it could have been easy to carry in the backpack. I noticed you had a spare vest, which you could have wrapped it in. That would prevent the cameras you were carrying from being damaged.
I see. She had it in her backpack.
It was wrapped in her spare vest. Her pink vest.
I see. The shot put ball you found in the hidden room had a pink fiber on it.
Yes, it's a fiber from her vest. That can only mean that the ball I found was the one that was in Kaede's backpack.
What'd you say? Really? I got no idea what you're talking about.
That shot put ball did not have blood on it, so it could not have been the murder weapon. In short, the shot that Kaede used didn't hit Rantaro.
I say rubber bullets! For those of you who don't understand the reference I just made, in Yakuza 5, there's a character who you think was a murderer, but it turns out the bullets they fired were all rubber, and they didn't actually murder anyone. At the end of the game, you find that out. So this is the rubber bullet equivalent in here. Alright.
Maybe they just washed off the blood.
If so, the fiber on the shot put ball would have been washed off as well. It's clear to me that the real murder weapon is different than the shot Kaede had.
This does explain how it was so fucking lucky that Kaede somehow managed to kill Rentaro then. Because there was no way for them to really line it up perfectly. Also, there's also the music playing in the background to hide the sound of the shot put ball rolling down the shelves. You would have heard that, but somehow, somehow they decided to play music there. That was something that Kaede didn't have figured out. She didn't know that was going to be able to cover up her plan to kill the mastermind. So, yep, this kind of helps plug up some of the holes from the first case.
Yes, Kaede set up the bookcase and rolled the shot into the vent. But that shot didn't hit Rantaro. Her plan failed.
Because it was a stupid fucking plan.
Failed? I don't even know what that means.
If you found that shot put ball in the hidden room, then that means...
To be fair, though, a lot of these murder plans were kind of half-baked if you think about them. Okay, I found the shot put ball in the hidden room because... the mastermind took it.
That's it! The mastermind took it from the library. Only they could get in that room after all.
Sometimes I'm surprised at the questions the game actually asks you, because it feels like you kind of implicitly believe you implicitly already know the answer to that, and it's just assumed. But I guess it's never explicitly clarified. But I just thought, well, obviously it has to be the mastermind who took the ball, then, right? But I guess it's good to clarify it. Okay, the mastermind took it from the library. Only they could get in that room after all.
The mastermind took it?
So they recovered the shot that missed Rantaro, and he was killed by a different one.
Rantaro was killed by the mastermind, who made it look like Kaede was the culprit. That required a bit of trickery on the mastermind's part. They prepared their own shot to kill Rantaro, and switched it with Kaede's shot. They took Kaede's shot put ball and stowed it in the hidden room.
Please tell me the mastermind's Tsumugi. Tsumugi needs something interesting to do, please.
To put it simply, Kaede didn't kill Rantaro. It was the mastermind.
What? Did you...
Everyone calm down. Father is going to yell.
What? Monodum, why?
Oh, I see the one wanting.
I got too worked up and accidentally pressed the detonator.
What? She's puking up water now?
The mastermind killed Rantaro? But why?
I believe the reason had something to do with a time limit motive.
A time limit is not in effect. If a murder does not occur by nighttime 2 days from now, then every student forced to participate in this killing game will die. Die. Die.
Kaede was keeping us all together, and we refused to kill each other. To break up the stalemate, the mastermind introduced that motive. However, this was a gamble. They didn't want to cause total chaos after all.
Because that would just end everything. They wanted an exciting killing game.
That motive put pressure on the mastermind, as well as us.
Yes, Kaede had a plan to kill the mastermind, but Rantaro was caught in the trap. However, her plan ultimately failed. The shot put ball that she rolled didn't hit Rantaro.
Because it missed, we would have been annihilated due to the time limit. But the mastermind wanted to avoid that situation, so they took action.
Thanks to the Nanokumas, the mastermind would have known Kaede's intended murder weapon. So when her plan failed, they would already have another shot put ball prepared.
Then, the mastermind manipulated the scene to make it look like Kaede succeeded. All they had to do was hide Kaede's shot in the hidden room that only they could enter.
So, Kaede was executed on false charges?
Happens in America all the time. Which is really fucked up, by the way, just want to say.
Yes. Yes, she was. She didn't actually kill anyone.
Damn those rubber bullets.
But she was executed nonetheless. Because the mastermind framed her for Rantaro's murder. And Monokuma played along. He let us believe the mastermind's lie. We were all fooled, including Kaede. We thought she was the culprit until the very end. And you want to tell us this game is fair? That there are rules? That's all bullshit!
To be fair, Kaede was trying to kill someone. Just want to throw that out there. I mean, that doesn't mean there's anything, she's bad or anything. She had her heart in the right place, but she was still trying to kill someone.
This game makes no sense at all.
I mean, yeah, we've known that for a while.
If Monokuma twisted the truth for this case, then he could have twisted it for the other cases as well, making this killing game unfair.
Then, it's not even a killing game anymore. It's just killing.
It's like reality TV.
I won't forgive them. I'll never forgive them for breaking the rules and killing Kaede. So cruel. I'll never forgive them. And I will avenge Kaede.
To be fair, Shuichi, you were already doing that. All right, well, we'll do it even harder now.
I swear on her kindness and her love and her grave that I will avenge her.
Yeah! How dare the mastermind create the detonator that blew up the adorable Monodum?
You're the one that blew him up. Don't pass the buck.
Anyway, we know the mastermind is also Rantaro's killer. Let's figure out who that is.
That is, if Monokuma still wants to continue this class trial.
I really hope it was Tsumugi just so she has something interesting about her.
Of course we're gonna keep going. Like I said, this killing game will never end.
No, Monokuma. I will end this. I will reveal the identity of the mastermind and end the killing game.
May I interject? You keep accusing this so-called mastermind, but... Are you sure there's even a mastermind at all?
Are you sure you bastards aren't imagining it? If the mastermind is real, show him to us.
You guys are the ones hiding them.
It's possible the mastermind is still in this academy. The survivor perk said so.
If they were involved in Rantaro's murder, there's no doubt.
Then they must have snuck in during the Gopher Project and stayed hidden in the account.
You just odd. What was that all about?
I just realized something.
Say it, or I'll cast my all the guys you date will be single fathers curse.
What the fuck? That's dating in your 30s, basically. Are we gonna bring up Kaede having a twin now?
It's Kaede's younger twin sister.
Oh man, I really hope this isn't a thing. Don't make the mastermind a twin also, like in the first game. No. Please don't. Let's not go there, please. Her what?
Younger twin sister?
It was on this Gopher Project participant list. She has a twin sister. It seemed sort of weird to me. Junko and Oshima had a twin too, right?
Are you saying those same circumstances apply here as well?
No, Samugi, you're just hiding something, right? You're trying to throw us off the wrong path because you're the mastermind, right? Surely the writers for Danganronpa 3 wouldn't repeat another plot point like that, right? Right?
This killing game was influenced a lot by the past one, right?
We did because of nostalgia, not because we ran out of ideas.
So maybe the mastermind's real identity was too.
The mastermind stuck into this academy and made us play the sick game. Is Kaede's twin sister? No. I don't want this to be a prequel situation like with Star Wars. Oh, it rhymes. It's like poetry. Please don't go there. Ellipses.
Maybe. I guess that's a possibility.
Either way, there's no doubt that the mastermind is hiding somewhere in this school.
How unfortunate that you couldn't find them during your final investigation. You're not allowed to leave while the trial's in session, so you can't search for them now.
You can't leave during a trial unless you gotta pee.
Oh, I gotta pee. We're not going for that one.
Kaede's twin sister. Is the mastermind still hiding somewhere? Is she really the mastermind? Is it really that simple?
Figure out the identity of the mastermind?
Besides the 16 of us at this school, there was a 17th person too. That 17th person is the mastermind.
It could be Kaede's younger twin sister. Just like the previous killing game, the mastermind might have a twin for this game too.
If it really is the same as the previous killing game, then Kaede would still be alive. And she could potentially be the mastermind.
Who cares? You're still no closer to the answer.
No leaving while the trial's in session.
According to the list of Gopher Project Christmas, Kaede had a twin sister. Name it's correct, but we have to determine something first.
Can you guys
That's all my
figure
hint.
out the identity of the mastermind?
Besides the 16 of us at this school, there was a 17th person too. That 17th person is the mastermind.
It could be Kaede's younger twin sister.
Wait, let's see.
Just like the previous killing game, the mastermind might have a twin for this game too.
If it really is
I
the
want to
same
use
as
the
the previous killing game, then Kaede would still be alive. And she could potentially be the mastermind.
Who cares? You're still no closer to the answer.
No leaving while the trial.
Can you guys figure out the identity of the mastermind?
Okay, I'm gonna
Besides the 16
take a
of us
gamble
at the
here.
school,
Let's see if I can use this on Samugi's point.
17th person is...
It's the only one I can
It
truth.
could be Kaede's younger twin sister. Just like the previous killing game, the mastermind might have a twin for this game too.
No. We saw this, but I feel like we're missing something.
I was wrong!
Can you guys figure out the identity?
Kaede has a younger sister.
Of the mastermind?
Besides the 16 of us at this school, there was a 17th person too. That 17th person is the mastermind.
It could be Kaede's younger twin sister. Just like the previous killing game, the mastermind might have a twin for this game too.
If it really is the same as the previous killing game, then Kaede would still be alive. and she could potentially be the mastermind.
Who cares? You're still no closer to the answer.
No leaving while the trial's in session.
I guess I have to use this on Himiko's point then.
Can you guys figure identity?
The 16 of us at this school. There was a 17th person, too. That 17th is the mastermind.
No.
I was wrong!
Can you guys figure out the identity of the mastermind?
Besides the 16 of us at this school.
Who's to the mastermind here?
There was a 17th person, too. That 17th person is the mastermind.
It could. Be Kaede's younger twin sister. Just like the previous killing game, the mastermind might have a twin for this game, too.
No, doesn't work.
Oh no!
We're gonna have to restart this one here. Alright, I'm gonna keep throwing it around here. Who's to the mastermind?
There's a 17th person, too. That 17th is the mastermind.
There.
That's wrong! No, the mastermind can't be a 17th person. That contradicts what Mother Kuma said.
Oh, I must have forgot then. What did Mother Kuma say? Okay. Goes to the library quite often. Being cautious not to be seen by anyone. Being cautious not to be seen. Addition classroom that creates flash. The flavor text doesn't help. Didn't make that obvious for me. All right, let's reload that.
You guys figure out the identity of the mastermind?
Besides the 16 of us at this school, there was a 17th person, too. That 17th is the mastermind.
That's wrong! No, the mastermind can't be a 17th person. That contradicts what Mother Kuma said.
Okay, let's save before I mess up again. The one you're looking for comes to this room quite often.
It implies that the mastermind wasn't in the hidden room the whole time.
I mean, they could have just liked leaving the room. That doesn't necessarily mean it's one of us. But yeah, I think it's one of us.
They must have been coming and going between the room and the academy, right? Would someone who has to stay completely hidden really risk that?
Right. If they were trying to hide, they would have just stayed put.
I see. That's some impressive logic.
Don't agree with him!
And during the investigation, I found a classroom that makes flashback lights.
A classroom that makes flashback lights?
Tsurugi's sweating.
I'll explain the details later. But there was something interesting.
Right at that moment, the classroom door suddenly burst open. Whoosh! There you are, Shuichi! Himiko? The classroom changed back to normal.
When the door is opened, the classroom reverts to its original state. Clearly, the room is hiding something.
Isn't it obvious? The mastermind didn't want anyone to see them making flashback lights.
But why create such a classroom at all? If the mastermind were a 17th person, they could have their own completely separate room to make flashback lights.
Indeed, that would be much safer.
Knowing this, we can make a few assumptions about the mastermind's identity.
They're one of us. And they're a girl.
However, the implications aren't good.
What an ominous way to say it.
Which means omnibus.
But there's nothing to worry about. We got this far because we're friends. In this together no matter what. There's no...
Yeah, she's right.
Ellipses. Their mastermind's identity. Considering the facts we have, my detective work points to... our participant of the killing game.
That's it! The mastermind is most likely one of the participants of this killing game.
I'll be so disappointed if it's not Samugi.
One of the participants?
One of the 16 people who were forced to play this game. One of us.
What did you say?
The classroom that makes flashback lights and a hidden room being visited often. It all suggests that the mastermind is someone we'd see every day at the academy.
Someone we'd see every day? Like one of the 16 students?
That's crazy! There's no way one of us is the mastermind! Because we're all friends! We swore to fight together!
Himiko's professor, Himiko's a little coming off strong here. Well, maybe it's her. Doth protest too much?
Then it just means that all your friendship talk was a lie, right?
Shut up! That's not possible!
You're upset and irrational. At times like this, a voice of reason is necessary. Absolutely necessary!
Got it! We're up!
Alright! We're gonna put on a reasonable yet outstanding show and earn our right to live!
Our right to live? Is someone about to die? Is that what's going on?
Whatever! I don't believe you! There's no way the mastermind's here!
Wait. Even if it's one of the 16 students, it doesn't mean it's one of us, does it?
Huh? What do you mean?
It's possible that the mastermind merely faked their death and has been alive this whole time.
Oh no, that means it could still be Kaede's twin. No.
Now that we know Monokuma will break rules as he sees fit, that possibility should be...
What's that supposed to mean? Hurry up and answer! Hurry up. I'm gonna blow up the rest of the Mono Cubs!
Alright, let's stall for a little bit then. Alright, time to relax, everyone.
Hurry up and answer!
The identity of Mastermind. We'll know for sure. Well, it's probably not Kaede then, since she was executed wrongly. It has to be, it's probably a girl, since the passageway goes to the girls' bathroom. So that leaves, was it Kurumi, Tenko, the cult lady, Angie. I mean, yeah, Kurumi, Angie, Tenko, Miu. Also, with the girls we have here right now. Miu looked pretty dead though. Tenko was clearly dead. Angie was clearly dead. Kurumi? It's possible. I don't know. That could have been rigged somehow. So maybe Kurumi if we have to pick someone who has died already. Allegedly. Once we determine who killed Rentaro, I need something to find out who that is. What do I need to determine? Well, I need to determine, uncover the mastermind is the cause of death. What happened after we first woke up? Oh.
Oh no!
I don't know, that felt like something. I only have a few seconds left. Alibis for Rentaro's murder.
That's it!
It just looked like something interesting I
We
needed
need to
to
go over everyone's alibi for Rentaro's murder again.
It looked interesting, so I thought, okay, maybe this is the one. I only had like 10 seconds left because I was reading questions still. Okay.
Our alibis from way back then?
Didn't we discuss that during the first trial? What good would it do to discuss it again?
Now that we know Rantaro was killed by the mastermind, it might lead somewhere. We might find a hole in someone's alibi that we didn't see at the time.
So we just have to give our alibis again.
Fine. Then let's do it. So we can be sure that the mastermind's not one of us.
I wonder where this discussion will lead. Will it lead to a mastermind in this very room? Or not? Either way, we're gonna make sure this trial stays exciting!
I was in the game room in the basement. With Kaito and Gonta and Maki. Also, Tenko and Angie were there too.
Even if I was in the same basement, it's impossible for me to have killed Rantaro.
Hey! I didn't kill Rantaro either!
I was in my room by myself. And so were Ryoma and Kokichi too. I know that is a poor alibi, but I did not kill Rantaro.
I was in the dining hall. Kyo, Miu, and Kirumi were with me. Though I did leave briefly to use the bathroom. I couldn't have killed Rantaro.
And
There we go.
Shuichi was with Kaede, so he couldn't have killed Rantaro either.
There's clearly something wrong here. If someone here killed Rantaro, it could only be them.
I was in the game room in the basement.
Finally. Is Tsumugi going to be interesting now?
Gonta and Maki. Also, Tenko and Angie were there too. Didn't kill Rantaro either.
I was in my room by myself. So were Ryoma and Kokichi too. I know that is a poor alibi, but I did not kill Rantaro.
I was in the dining hall. Kyo, Miu, and Kirumi were with me. Though I did leave briefly to use the bathroom. I couldn't have killed...
That's wrong!
Alright, Tsumugi. Time for you to do things.
Wait a minute, Tsumugi.
All this time, you've been contributing nothing to the story. There's your chance. Don't fuck this up. Be the mastermind, Tsumugi.
Huh?
You said you went to the bathroom.
It's true, I went to the restroom closest to the dining hall. Oh.
The girls' bathroom near the dining hall, right?
What did you say? That bathroom?
Huh? What? What about it?
Shuichi, didn't you investigate the girls' bathroom? Did you find anything?
The utility closet in that bathroom has a hidden passageway. One that's connected to the hidden room in the back of the library. Which means it's possible to get into the hidden room from that bathroom.
What?
Around the time Rantaro was killed, Tsumugi went to that exact bathroom. I'm positive that when Rantaro was killed, the culprit was in the hidden room. It's too convenient to be coincidence.
Hold on. This is all so sudden, I don't think I understand.
But maybe they got there from the hidden door in the library instead.
No, I don't think so. Remember that I had placed dust in the card reader in the library. I was trying to determine if the hidden door was opened with a card reader. But the dust didn't fall. That means nobody used that card reader.
So, to enter the hidden room, they would need to use a different route, the girls' bathroom.
Yes, I believe that's the case. The culprit entered the hidden room from the girls' bathroom on the first floor.
Oh, thank goodness we have infographics for this.
And with the help of Mother Kuma, watched the situation in the library unfold. As soon as they saw the Coyote's plan fail, they waited for the camera interval and leaped out of the hidden room, shot put ball in hand. The hidden door could open from the inside, so there was no need to use the card reader. In any case, the culprit attacked Rantaro with a shot put ball, left it in the library, picked up the shot that Coyote had used, and returned to the hidden room.
And they also took the survivor perk monopad that Rantaro had, right?
Yes, then they left the monopad and the shot in the hidden room, headed into the passageway, and returned to the girls' bathroom.
Are you saying the one who did it was Tsumugi?
No, it has to be some kind of mistake. Up till now, everything pointed to the mastermind not being one of us.
Is Tsumugi even capable of doing all this? He's just a cosplayer, you know.
Yeah, all this would be impossible for just some cosplayer.
But you said that you went to that bathroom during Rantaro's murder.
I don't know, guys. Cosplayers are pretty dangerous.
How can you possibly refute that fact?
Refute? It's all just a coincidence. Oh, Kibo and Ryoma didn't have alibis. What if they went to the girls' bathroom?
Did you see one of them in the girls' bathroom?
What?
If one of them had gone into that bathroom, you would have seen each other, right? But you never mentioned that.
That's...
Tsumugi, what's the meaning of this?
We got you with facts and logic, woman.
Can this really be true?
Tsumugi, is this true?
No, it's not. I really only went to use the bathroom. I didn't know about the hidden passage.
Look lively, Monocubs! You're up! Move your asses!
That's very wrong.
Father's never yelled at me like that before.
Okay, let me save in case I need to redo this one.
If we don't do well here, we're all gonna get blown up together.
I still want to live longer. I want to see the next chapter.
I don't think there's another one.
So please, let us win.
What?
Please, please let us win!
This game again. Alright.
We don't want to die!
know what Four Eyes is talking about. Bad guys never wear glasses.
Anyway, just cut it out! We don't want to die!
Monokuma and the Mastermind are the bad guys here. You don't want to die? Do you know how many of my friends were sacrificed?
Please, help us!
Is Four Eyes over there really the mastermind? We don't know anything.
I don't wanna explode!
Even if she is the culprit.
Hey, let's just stop this!
There's no evidence that she's the mastermind.
Evidence points to Smoogie being the mastermind. I didn't notice at the time, but now I know for sure. Oh, it has to be the voice print then.
Please, help us!
It has to be then, right?
Four Eyes over there really the mastermind? We don't know anything.
I don't wanna explode!
Even if she is the culprit.
Hey, let's just stop this!
There's no evidence that she's the mastermind.
I'll cut through your words.
I actually don't remember the conversation, but it has to be that.
Before being destroyed, Mother Kuma told us something.
I could have reviewed the VOD too. I could have gone back and looked at what she said during the conversation with Mother Kuma. I think I was actually going to do that too, but then when I finished the stream yesterday, I just fucked off. I was going to review that piece of evidence and I never got back to it. I have a built-in voice print authenticator system. I can't birth Monokumas unless the designated person specifically says the word birth.
That individual is, of course, the Mastermind.
When the Mastermind commands Mother Kuma to give birth, it makes a spare.
We all tried it out.
But Kiba wasn't there, was he?
Right, because I was fighting the Exosols.
Did you hear that? Kiba didn't try giving Mother Kuma a command. So the real mastermind is...
Tsumugi was the only one who didn't say give birth.
Paxton logic.
Huh?
Everyone else said give birth.
Whatever, just give birth to a Monokuma. Are you listening? We said give birth to a new Monokuma. Hurry up and give birth to a Monokuma.
Tsumugi specifically used a different phrase.
Yeah, try and make a new Monokuma.
You didn't say give birth. You said make. You knew how to get Mother Kuma to create a spare, didn't you? That's why you specifically said make. If you had said give birth, Mother Kuma would have made a spare. Am I right, Tsumugi?
JoJo pose. At least something's finally happening with Tsumugi now. We've been waiting all game for this, guys.
Hey, come on. What's wrong? Don't be like that, Shuichi. Do you really think I'm the mastermind? There's just no way. Hey, everyone, say something. I'm not the mastermind. That's crazy, right?
Then refute it. We're waiting.
Huh?
I don't want to believe it either. That one of our friends, the survivors, could do this.
But Tsumugi, you've had the least character development out of all of us. There's just no other way to conclude this.
That's why I'm begging, Tsumugi. I'm begging you to refute me. I might be wrong. I was wrong before. About Kaede. That's why I need everyone's help. I don't care if my detective work is wrong. I want to hear your argument.
Tsumugi is the mastermind. Prove me wrong. Seriously, prove me wrong. Please. Someone prove me wrong.
Reaching the truth together is what cooperation means to me.
Tsumugi, please.
Tsumugi, please!
What's the matter? You can't argue back after hearing that.
Whoa, hold on.
Who's talking to you?
I don't know what's going on right now, but just hold on a sec.
Don't tell me there's another minigame now. Right.
Oh, Monosuke's infamous impatience rears its ugly head.
And what an ugly head it is!
I don't think friends should blame each other like this, you know? Come on, smile, everyone. I know, we could watch a comedy special so we could all smile.
Explosion time.
Jeez, you're noisy. Ah, Monosuke!
Oh, it's green now.
Father, why? You loved Monosuke so much. Oh yeah, you're right. But we're at the good part now.
Intermission.
So be quiet and watch like good little cubs. Father? See? It's getting exciting. Shuichi is trying to reveal the mastermind, trying to overcome despair. It's so heart-pounding!
We have the mastermind cornered. Why is Monosuke so calm? Monokuma so calm. Okay. Here's the game's chance to redeem it, to give me something interesting here. Because we've been suspecting Tsumugi of something for so long since she's had no character development. What if that was a red herring? What if the game was fucking with us this entire time and it's actually something else? Let's go. You should be feeling cornered as well. Forget. We're on the offensive here. If we make the mastermind's identity clear, none of this will be settled. Oh, alright, fine.
It has to be you! Mastermind of this killing game, and the culprit who killed Rantaro. Tsumugi. There are no other possibilities. You don't have anything to say?
Anything to say? Even if you keep saying all that stuff, I still don't get it. Hey, let's stop this already. You're mistaken. Because we're all friends, right? Weren't we going to work together to end this killing game?
This is a class trial. Although we were forced into these class trials by the mastermind, that's how we survived. It was the only way. It was the only way we could survive. So please, Tsumugi, refute the evidence. Say something. Your life depends on it. Please.
Tsumugi, I don't want to suspect you. I want to believe in you. I want the mastermind to be somewhere else, like in the previous killing games. If you're really not the mastermind, then don't give up. I'll cheer you on.
Even if you say that...
Tsumugi is taking her sweet time, but waiting around is so boring. Hey, Shuichi! Why don't we look over the case again?
What?
Come on, that's like your thing. Present the truth and end this. Because there are people who don't know what the heck is going on until we get to this part. Now then, let's start.
Is he gonna make me do the fucking manga thing now? We haven't even had the boss fight. Huh? Wait, what? Okay. It's only been 2 hours, so there has to be another twist after this, so... Where was the mastermind just before Rentaro was killed? Okay. People in the dining hall. Well, we only have one clue to work with. Where was the mastermind just before Rentaro was killed? There we go. Survivor perk. What did the mastermind take from Rentaro's body? Survivor perk. Shuichi runs. After the security sensor went off, who ran out of the classroom first? Shuichi. Rentaro lured it to the camera. Okay. Above Rentaro's head. Hidden password to the bathroom. Where does the hidden password connect to? Bathroom. Can you recycle a shot put ball? What did the trash mastermind throw in the trash can? Mastermind peeks out.
This is the truth of the case! With this new evidence, let's look back at Rentaro's murder. The night of the incident, Kaede and I were in the first floor classroom. We were waiting for the mastermind to trigger the trap we set in the library. Around that time, there were 4 people in the dining hall, including the mastermind.
They had to give the mastermind glasses in this.
The mastermind was probably irritated that no murders had yet occurred. After the motive was given, they knew that Kaede was planning something. But the mastermind wanted some insurance. They would take action if necessary. The mastermind excused themselves from the dining hall and went to the bathroom. And from there, to the hidden room in the library that only the mastermind could enter. And there they waited. With less than an hour before the time limit expired, Rentaro moved the library's bookcase, which set off the receiver I was holding. It all happened the way we determined in the first trial, except at the end. I ran out of the room, and Kaede rolled the shot put ball into the air vent. At the same time, Rentaro was lured by the flash of the hidden camera Kaede set. He unwittingly stepped right into the path of the shot. The shot rolled down the path Kaede made, and then... fell right onto Rantaro's head, killing him instantly. Or so we thought. It turns out that was just what the mastermind wanted us to believe. In reality, Kaede's murder plan happened quite differently. The shot put ball that Kaede rolled didn't actually hit Rantaro. He must have been surprised seeing a shot put ball drop out of nowhere like that. But his fate was sealed. The mastermind saw that Kaede's plan failed and stepped in to finish the job. The mastermind jumped out of the hidden room and attacked Rantaro from behind. And in their hand, the real murder weapon, their own shot put ball. Rantaro wasn't killed by Kaede's shot, but by the mastermind's. The mastermind picked up Kaede's shot and left their shot put ball at the scene. They also looted the survivor perk monopad from Rantaro's body. Those things in hand, they retreated back into the hidden room. I remember seeing the bookcase closing just as Kaede and I got there. The mastermind had probably just finished their crime. And so, the real truth was perfectly hidden from us. We went to the class trial and reached the truth that Kaede was the culprit. But that truth had been twisted by the mastermind. After the murder, the mastermind left the stolen monopad on the table in the hidden room. And threw Kaede's shot put ball into the trash can. A little careless of them to not get rid of all the evidence. They probably believed no one would ever get into that room, but we did. Their crime complete, the mastermind went back through the hidden passageway. The passageway led from the hidden room all the way to the girls' bathroom on the first floor. While the mastermind was pretending to use the girls' bathroom, they were actually using the hidden passageway. That's how they moved around without being noticed. Anyone could have used the hidden passageway, not just the people in the dining hall. But looking at the survivors, only you could possibly be the mastermind. If I'm wrong, please, refute me. Please tell us you aren't the mastermind, Tsumugi Shirogane, the ultimate cosplayer. That's the truth of this case, of the killing game itself. Well, Tsumugi?
Okay. Let's save.
Well, what?
Yes! What a scorching hot twist! My hand holding the detonator is tensing up! Don't get tense! Calm down!
Daddy! Please stop this! Go back to how you used to be! When you loved us so much!
How I used to be was more suited to a different story than this one.
Yeah?
Basically, your story doesn't matter. I gotta watch this exciting development!
Well, Tsumugi, are there any flaws in Shuichi's logic? If so, then please tell us.
Flaws? There's a bunch of flaws all over it.
Then explain.
You can do it! You can do it, Tsumugi!
Even if you cheer me on. It's not like that. I didn't do it. It's plain to see.
Fight back, Tsumugi! Come on! You can do it! You can do it!
Daddy, you're tensing up again.
I still want to live, so please don't push the button!
Tsumugi, please just say something. If you don't defend yourself...
It's Junko Enoshima!
What?
'Cause it's always been her. In the Hope's Peak killing game, and in the Jabberwock Island killing game. Junko Enoshima didn't participate. She controlled the game from outside. Even if it's boring or repetitive, she's always the mastermind, isn't she?
Okay. Let's see where this takes us.
And it's like that this time, too. It's gotta be Junko again.
Junko Enoshima is dead. She's not part of this killing game.
You're wrong. She hasn't been eliminated. She's...
Don't tell me she's with you. Like a split personality or some shit, or it was you this entire fucking time, Junko.
It's all Junko's doing. This killing game is her doing, too. Yeah, that's gotta be it. 'Cause Junko Enoshima is...
It's you, isn't it?
Junko Enoshima is...
'Cause Junko Enoshima is...
Junko Enoshima is...
Uh-oh, he has to say it on a detonator.
Daddy, please don't get so excited. You pressed the button by accident.
Look at our cute faces! Can you really bear to be without us?
Alright, explosion time.
Junko Enoshima is...
Junko Enoshima is what? Okay, time for a commercial break.
What the fuck?
No, it isn't.
See? We're a good comedy group too! So please don't...
Ooh, double kill.
'Cause Junko Enoshima is...
Me.
Junko Enoshima is...
Right the fuck here!
At least you're not a twin.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Even if nobody was waiting. Even if it makes you go, what? Again? The Diva of Despair takes the stage once more. Junko Enoshima, the 53rd.
The 53rd? What? There's 53 of these bitches?
There you have it! Once again, the mastermind is Junko Enoshima!
You know what? I'm okay with it. It's a recurring thing. I'll let it slide. Having Junko Enoshima be the main villain for all 3 of the games. I'll allow that. Fine. Hey Google, turn on the lights.
Junko Enoshima, the 53rd?
I don't like that implication out of Kibo.
Tsumugi, what's the matter? Aren't you Tsumugi Shirogane? Our friend who survived with us?
Sorry about that. You can go ahead and forget about Tsumugi Shirogane.
I guess you can say she's Shirogan. Eh? 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 Eh?
'Cause I'm just a character. You know, a lie.
Sorry to all her fans out there. If any of you even exist, that is.
That's a low blow right there. It's not her fucking fault you didn't play a good role for her. Junko for the past fucking 5 chapters. Jesus Christ.
A lie?
Tsumugi Shirogane was nothing more than a cover for me, the mastermind. Calling her your friend? Ugh, it's laughable, really. Really, I'm gonna laugh.
Are you serious? You're the mastermind behind this?
But why? That face and that voice. It's just like...
Junko Enoshima!
I know, right? Oh, does it make you fall into despair? Well, does it?
No, that's not possible. Junko Enoshima is dead.
Why did you call yourself the 53rd?
Do we want to know the answer to that, Himiko? I don't want to know. I actually don't need to know that.
As history repeats itself, so does Junko Enoshima.
Oh no.
As you can see, I am a perfect reproduction of Junko Enoshima.
So, are you like a child or a clone?
So, you're just a freak pretending to be Junko Enoshima, huh? No, a perfect reproduction.
The programmers at Spike Chunsoft Control-C, Control-V'd me.
Perfect reproductions are exactly the same as the original.
Her logic is impossible to follow, much like the real Junko Enoshima's.
Whatever it is, you're the actual mastermind of this killing game, right? So if we kill you, then that'll be the end, correct? Say mean things like that. Besides, killing me never ends the game.
It never ends the game? What do you mean?
She's bluffing. Let's just kill her and get it over with.
Wait, if force is necessary, it should wait until after we see what she...
No need, Kibo, because this class trial is over.
What? It's already over? Oh, but I just showed up.
You killed Kaede, and Monokuma covered it up with a false narrative. The class trials are rigged, and this whole game is illegitimate.
Stop the steal! The damn Democrats rigged this election.
Oh, that. Right. Yeah, I definitely messed that up. Sorry about that. So?
So? Is that all you have to say?
The viewers won't accept that kind of apology. You gotta stop the killing game!
Huh? The viewers?
It seems like you're on the wrong track, so let me explain.
Okay, so first, I'll start with the event that inspired me to plan this killing game.
How far back are we going?
That was about the time the meteorite impact started intensifying.
Did she just start some big story on her own?
I knew of Hope's Peak Academy's Gopher Project, and my inner Junko told me...
Crushing the Gopher Project, humanity's last hope, would be the perfect despair.
That's when I took over the killing game I devised. I forced those selected as humanity's last hope to play my killing game.
And then I took the name Tsumugi Shirogane and sneaked in among them.
Did Kokichi know about this? Wasn't he a remnant of despair? He was your comrade, right? Huh? Comrade? Junko Enoshima doesn't have comrades.
You think we're a filthy communist?
It's like, you don't need a remote after you've thrown out the TV, right?
The remnants of despair are just a bunch of despair fanboys and fangirls. But I am despair itself.
She's sounding a lot like Doja Cat right now.
I am a god of despair. Kokichi was just one of my believers.
A god wouldn't be comrades with one of their believers, right?
Then Kokichi didn't know your true identity either.
What a hopeless existence he led. To the end, he had no idea the object of his worship was right under his nose.
I don't care about your story. Tell us about the people watching. Who's this killing game being shown to? Where are the survivors of humanity?
There's nobody watching.
Huh?
We were the last 16 people alive, you know. Who could be watching? Humanity is gone.
No, you're lying. If this isn't being shown to anyone, why care so much about rules? You're the one who keeps talking about making the game interesting. For whom?
That was just a part of my perfect reproduction.
Your what?
I just perfectly reproduced my own killing game is all. Just like the old Junko. The original was meant to be shown, so that's how I made mine.
You just wanted to recreate the past killing game. That's it?
This isn't as fun of a motive.
Yep, that's it.
There are no survivors of humanity. Things are just as you recalled.
That is the truth of the Ultimate Academy killing game!
This might factor back into the flashback lights being rigged, though, right? Now, I think that's what the rest of this case is going to be about.
No, that's wrong!
Yeah, that's our line. Yeah.
Oh dear! I am so surprised!
Maybe we all remember that there's no one left out there. But how do we know our memories are real?
What do you mean by that? You think your memories are wrong?
There's something that's been bothering me about our memories. Here, look at this book.
A complete history of Hope's Peak Academy?
TLDR.
This book contains years of research about Hope's Peak Academy. Nothing would indicate this book is a prop. I believe the information here is accurate. But there's a lot written in here that differs from our memories.
What is different?
To know that for certain, I'll need everyone's help. I want you all to tell me everything that you remember about Hope's Peak Academy.
We just need to talk about what we remember from Hope's Peak? Okay.
So it started with the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. That event originated at Hope's Peak Academy, inspiring wars and terrorism around the world.
To be fair, wars and terrorism were already happening. I don't know if that was the inspiration for war and terrorism. It might have helped, but I don't think that was the source.
It would not be hyperbole to say that event brought despair to all mankind.
It was all caused by a single high school girl.
Yeah, it was me! Junko Enoshima enrolled in Hope's Peak Academy as the ultimate fashionista. But my real identity was the ultimate despair. In order to cover the world in despair, I put my plans...
Wait a minute. Something doesn't add up here.
All right, Shuichi, go mansplain to her.
Huh? I detect no discrepancy in my memory banks.
Yes. Everything we just said is just like we remember it. But it doesn't match what's written in the history of Hope's Peak Academy.
I'll determine exactly why later. For now, I need to identify the discrepancy.
So you gotta play Spot the Difference!
Oh man, it's been like a year since I played the first game.
Point out what everyone is mistaken about in their memories of Hope's Peak Academy.
Academy!
Ah, fuck.
Alright! Time to play some Danganronpa trivia!
Imagine if this was your first Danganronpa game. Fuck. I have to have a non-stop debate about the entire series now.
The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
That event originated at Hope's Peak Academy, inspiring war and terrorism around the world.
The cause of all that despair was just a single high school girl.
A student of Hope's Peak Academy.
The ultimate despair! Junko Enoshima!
I did everything in my power.
To spread despair over the entire world!
Something about that statement doesn't match with history. Was the ultimate despair really just one person?
The biggest, most awful,
All right,
most
there's our
tragic event in human history.
That event originated at Hope's Peak Academy, inspiring war and terrorism around the world.
Oh yeah, it was like an entire group of
Cause
people,
all
right?
That despair was just a single high school.
That's wrong! One high school girl started the tragedy, the ultimate despair, Junko Enoshima. At least that's what I remember. But that's not what this book says. Ultimate despair doesn't just refer to Junko Enoshima. It refers to a group and the movement that came after.
Ah, okay, I remember now.
To put it simply, there's more to ultimate despair than Junko Enoshima.
This is the first time I've heard about this. Wasn't Junko the ultimate despair?
That's what I recall as well. That label should only apply to her.
Coincidences sure are scary. Everyone misremembered the same thing.
Mandela effect, really?
Coincidence? Misremembered?
No, it's no coincidence. I know there's a difference in memories.
And that's not all. There are other discrepancies I'd like to point out.
Ugh, does it even matter? I'm bored already. Just shut up.
So, let's continue where we left off. Junko resorted to different tactics to cover the world with despair. The killing game between the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy, for example.
They were locked up and forced into the killing game by the ultimate despair.
But boo-hoo. When I, the one who started it all, died, events were set in motion.
And the world began to move towards restoration.
Then the fight between the Future Foundation and the remnants of despair raged on! The worst-case scenario was avoided! Yay! A happy ending.
No, there are more points that conflict with history. I'm worried there's another minigame coming up, so that's why I'm always saving. I'll point these out next. God damn, it's just one
The
thing.
biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history happened, because Junko had prepared countless ways of spreading despair.
Like the killing game of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy.
They were held prisoner by the ultimate despair and forced into the killing game. Oh, I have some bad news about that. The events that my death set in motion are only now reaching their climax. So the remnants of despair and the Future Foundation are still fighting. But for now, we've avoided the worst of it.
It's different from our memories after all. What's the contradiction?
The
Aw,
biggest,
come
most
on.
awful, most
Give me a
tragic
hint.
event in human history happened,
Okay, just
because
try
Junko
it.
had prepared countless ways of spreading despair.
Like the killing game of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy.
They were held prisoner by the old...
Yeah, we volunteered to be in there in the first game.
It wasn't the ultimate despair that trapped the 78th class in Hope's Peak Academy.
We chose to be there because it was the safest place for us, we thought. Alright, let me take a quick bathroom break here, guys. BRB. Okay, we're back.
It was the class themselves. They shut themselves in.
Shut themselves in?
Why would they shut themselves in?
It has to do with the Hope's Peak Academy shelter project. During the tragedy, the 78th class trapped themselves inside Hope's Peak Academy for protection.
So our memory of the 78th class being trapped by the ultimate despair?
Are you saying our memories are wrong?
It just means those documents were written all half-assed. There's no need to worry about it. Your memories are all correct.
What you've been saying isn't consistent. First you said it was just coincidence.
Is that so?
Let's just move on. I want to talk about one more thing from our memories. It's about the rebuilt Hope's Peak Academy that we were attending.
What about Hope's Peak Academy?
There's no doubt that the 16 of us were students at Hope's Peak Academy. We heard it had been rebuilt and was accepting applications for talented students again. And so, we gathered at the brand new Hope's Peak Academy.
Since Hope's Peak Academy was large, we were all in separate classes. But there's no doubt we were students of the new school.
Ellipses. Just like I thought, there's something wrong there. But why? Why are our memories so different? Is it gonna be the same truth bullet again? I just have to find the right one. Fuck. God damn it. All right, this one's gonna be tricky.
Academy was rebuilt, and with that, recruitment of talented students resumed.
We found out. We came to the New Hope's Peak Academy.
The New Hope's Peak Academy was a huge school, which is why we were all in different classes.
But we're all the same!
That's right! We were all students of Hope's Peak Academy.
Why are our memories different? What's going on here?
Hope's Peak Academy was rebuilt, and with that, recruitment of talented students.
Okay.
That's wrong!
That was just a guess. But I figured, why would they rebuild Hope's Peak Academy?
We remember Hope's Peak Academy taking applications from talented students.
It is kind of like the idea that we were all from different classes. I don't know. It was just a guess. Let's see what the actual fact is here.
But that's not what's written here. The Academy did not take applications. All of their students were scouted.
Scouted? I've never heard that.
Oh yeah, scouted.
I wasn't scouted. I applied to Hope's Peak Academy on my own.
Me too. I chose to come to Hope's Peak. At least, that's what I remember.
Are you saying we're remembering it wrong?
But what if this book's just wrong? Researchers make mistakes too.
Maybe so, but I'm not getting all this from just the book. There is other evidence as well.
Other what?
The killing game we're in now is one that began with Hope's Peak Academy. So this is the third game after Hope's Peak and Jabberwock Island. But remember what Rantaro said?
Well, the truth is, this isn't your first killing game. You're the ultimate survivor. You survived the last killing game. Game.
But Rantaro's name wasn't listed among the past participants of the game. He was not present at the 2 killing games that Junko orchestrated.
Then, which killing game did Rantaro participate in?
Oh no, does this mean that this killing game is perpetual?
I'm not entirely sure, but it's clearly inconsistent, isn't it? And the inconsistencies don't stop there. Kokichi's account is also suspect.
Sussy.
Kokichi's account is inconsistent too?
Oh, an inconsistency? Do tell.
We remember Kokichi as a remnant of despair. But I don't think that's true. He wasn't a remnant of despair.
He was a YouTube pranker.
He wasn't a remnant of despair?
That's impossible! He was definitely a remnant of despair. The remnants of despair were the ones who tried to stop the Gopher Project. And Kokichi was their leader. If he was the one leading the remnants of despair, then he must have been second only to the ultimate despair herself.
Yes, he loved me more than anyone. Like an obsessed fan hiding in the bushes. So where's your proof he wasn't a remnant of despair?
Prove that Kokichi isn't a remnant of despair. Gizmodo video.
This is it! The motive video we found in Kokichi's dorm room.
Kokichi Oma, the ultimate supreme leader. He caused mayhem in the world over as the leader of the organization DICE. And by mayhem, I mean petty, non-violent crimes and harmless pranks. Anyway, Kokichi had 10 loyal goons working for him. And these goons were like friends and family, the most important people in his life. Life.
An organization centered around petty crimes, one that forbids murder. And in addition to that, the group was only 10 people. That's far too few to be the same group that tried to sabotage the Gopher Project. Meaning that whatever group Kokichi was a part of is not the remnants of despair. His motive video clearly contradicts our memories. The memory we have of Kokichi being a remnant has to be false.
He wasn't a remnant of despair? That's not possible.
Come to think of it, we never actually heard it directly from him.
But it's still not possible.
Kokichi didn't tell us because he wasn't exposed to that flashback light. And neither was Kaito.
Ellipses. Junko. Ellipses. Hope? Despair?
Kaito didn't appear to know anything about the remnants of despair, or Junko Enoshima.
If they'd been exposed to it, maybe we'd know the truth.
Maybe it's better that they weren't. I think the people who were affected by that flashback light were wrong.
What do you mean?
All of these weird inconsistencies are from memories we got from the flashback lights.
So the flashback lights are the cause?
You found the classroom that makes all the flashback lights, right, Shuichi?
Yes, and I noticed something strange about it. I actually did a little experimenting with a device hidden in the room. It allowed you to select the memory that a flashback light would recover. However, some of the memories were inconsistent with each other. One might say there are survivors, but another would say there are no survivors. Bizarre, right? The flashback lights allegedly help us recover our memories. We're supposed to remember the truth that we forgot, and there should only be one truth. But then, having the option to recover contradictory memories doesn't make sense.
Then what are you saying?
Huh?
The flashback light isn't for recovering lost memories? Is that what you're saying? Then what was it for?
What was it for, huh? Huh?
Go on, tell them. What are the flashback lights for?
I mean, we're about to get to that, but alright. What are the flashback lights used for? Why can't you select different memories? What does it mean if those memories contradict each other? If I put all these pieces together, it all makes sense. We're able to see the truth. We'll be able to see the real truth. I'll just start randomly picking stuff. T, not it. E, not it. L, that's an L. Yeah. I. Is it imitate? Maybe? No. Ah, fuck. Implant. Okay. Oh, L. Oh, fuck, I forgot an A. Fuck. I would restart, but I can't from here. Fuck.
I see
Alright, X, X.
now. Yes, that's it.
I lost way too much health on that one. I can't find... So this one?
I see now. Yes, that's it. The flashback light isn't supposed to help us remember anything.
Oh, I thought that was already implied. Sometimes the things you have to arrive at feel unnecessary.
It's a tool for implanting false memories.
Planting memories?
Yes, the memories you could select for the flashback lights weren't our real memories. They were memories to be implanted inside us. That's why the contents of those memories contradict each other. Once we're exposed to a flashback light, those memories become the truth to us.
So the memories we recovered with the flashback lights were...
Not real. They were all false memories. They were all lies.
Lies?
What a horrible truth! If the memories from the flashback lights are lies, then everything was a lie! Oh, the suspense and foreshadowing was for nothing! Can you believe it? It's like everything that happened didn't matter at all.
Well, that is what it means.
Okay, save.
Huh?
Lies are just like snowballs. The more you roll them, the bigger they get. The bigger they are, the more fun and shocking it is when they're revealed.
That's why everything up till now has been lies. That's the truth. The memories from the flashback lights were just lies?
It's just as Shuichi said. The flashback lights are not for recovering lost memories. They're tools for implanting new ones. The light they emit is actually information that has been converted to light waves. That light is beamed directly into the brain, causing a deja vu sort of phenomenon. The brain gets confused and thinks the info it just received happened in the past.
We were just confused?
For example, your memories of being students of Hope's Peak Academy?
Hey! You guys don't have anything to do with Hope's Peak Academy.
None of us were ever students there. It was just a fake memory.
We're not students from Hope's Peak?
Yep, that was all fake.
Looking back, it was a mistake to have you remember Hope's Peak.
I didn't originally plan on giving you those memories, but I was in a rush and overlooked all those inconsistencies, so you figured it all out.
It's hopelessly the worst!
So that's why Kokichi had to die?
Good job, Mr. Detective. You got it.
The only reason we thought Kokichi was a remnant was because of the flashback lights. But he did say that he was the leader of a cult organization. That was a lie he invented himself. He wanted to be the mastermind. He wanted us to believe it. That's why he lied.
Not just because it was convenient for the story, right? I know people like Kokichi, but I don't know. There's just something about having a character who always lies all the time. Like, it means the writers don't have to commit to anything. You know what? You know what I'm getting at? They don't have to completely justify everything that character does because they're always fucking lying. So it doesn't matter. And that's like my biggest issue with Kokichi as a character. He kind of just does whatever's convenient for the writer. Even if it means like the convenient thing is for him to throw us off. Anyway, I gotta confess. You know that cult I mentioned earlier? The leader is me. Huh? Which means the mastermind who snuck Monokuma onto the Ark is... me.
He usurped the mastermind's role, but in doing so, became a thorn in their side. So to get rid of that hindrance, the mastermind played along with the lie. The mastermind manipulated us into thinking Kokichi was a remnant of despair.
At the same time, having everyone remember Hope's Peak Academy made you guys target him because you thought he was a remnant of despair.
You were using the flashback lights to control us?
And the reason I tried to kill Kokichi was...
You were being controlled by false memories, like putty in the mastermind's hands. But Maki wasn't the only one being controlled. You all were! Remember when Kokichi revealed the truth of the outside world? You all got so depressed, you couldn't even focus on the killing game!
Wait, then, to make us recover from that, you...
Yep, we gave you memories of being Hope's Peak Academy students, the symbol of hope.
So you all could face despair.
You controlled us with that fake memory?
Well, it wasn't just that memory. It was all of them up till now. New mysteries and truths turn to motivation. Motivation drives a story. Everything from the flashback lights was just motivation to move you forward. But I guess it was fake motivation.
You idiots kept getting jerked around by meaningless lies!
This class trial was like that too, wasn't it? Why was it you were so motivated to do it? Because you got a memory from one of the flashback lights, right?
Was that also a memory you used to control us?
Hey, what was it you guys remembered from it again? At first, you ran away from the Gopher Project, humanity's last hope. But then, you bravely chose to accept your fate. You took on all the wishes of your friends and family. And now, you remember how you got here. You remembered that you had all been entrusted with the world's hope, right? Remembering the weight of that hope should have made you feel stronger. I have to escape! I'll never give up! I won't be defeated by the mastermind!
Even though Kaito and Kokichi were gone, and Kibo started to go berserk, you guys didn't give up hope. You decided to face this killing game, right?
You were controlling our emotions? Even our resolve to defeat the mastermind?
This is a killing game. A death game where emotions run like blood.
If the participants aren't trying their best to live, it's just not very exciting.
Oh, the memories were fake? Then what was everything till now? That memory, and that memory.
Well, I'm guessing the virus was real, since Kaito died from that.
And that memory, 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 and that... If they were all fake memories, then... Where are we? Why are we in this killing game?
Yeah, who knows? My plans for mankind's last killing game kinda just fell apart. So figure out why on your own. This is a class trial after all.
Who are you?
Yeah, who are you really, 53rd Junko Inoshima?
I don't know who you are.
What's not to understand? Became me. What about that don't you get?
If this killing game is connected to Hope's Peak Academy, then I believe you. This is certainly the work of someone carrying on Junko Inoshima's will. But we have nothing to do with Hope's Peak, so you can't be Junko. So who the hell are you?
I'm me, no one else.
Oh, damn. Cosplaying real characters now. What?
What is this?
Huh? You know him, don't you? He was in the Jabberwock Island killing game.
I hope you don't reference anyone from all the spin-off games I didn't play.
I'm Hajime Hinata.
That's not what we mean! What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm just cosplaying.
Cosplaying?
Yeah, this is just cosplay.
But it's not just normal cosplay, because I can perfectly replicate the character.
Check it out! Even my voice sounds exactly the same.
Is Junko Enoshima also?
Yes, it's my cosplay. I can perfectly reproduce a number of characters and actually become them!
This is the talent of the ultimate cosplayer.
Number of characters?
How could she cosplay as students of Hope's Peak Academy? Because Tsumugi told us.
That's what cosplay is supposed to be in the first place. Lately, some people prefer to cosplay as non-fictional characters, which is unforgivable. It's so unforgivable that I'd break out in Cospox even if I attempted. Was that just a lie?
You remembered! Yes, that's exactly right!
So then, what does this mean?
Don't tell me the game's breaking the fourth wall now.
What? If what I said was the truth, then Hope's Peak Academy was...
What Hope's Peak Academy was? Don't you fucking do this to me, game. Don't break the fourth wall on me. Again. If Samugi can cosplay as them, there's only one possibility. It's fictional.
It's fictional. It's all fictional?
Fictional?
The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history never happened. Hope's Peak, the Future Foundation, and the remnants of despair do not exist. Because it's all fiction. None of it actually happened in the real world.
All of those events took place within a fictional world known as Danganronpa.
Roll credits.
Danganronpa? What? What are you even talking about?
What? You've never heard of Danganronpa? We're all characters in it.
That's right! Me, that nasty pig Bart, and everyone else are all fictional.
Hold on. Then, Hope's Peak Academy doesn't exist?
Nope, because it's fiction. Doesn't exist in the real world.
What?
Isn't that surprising? Yeah. Up till now, you thought fiction was fact.
Fiction is just fiction. Danganronpa's just fiction.
God damn it, Bryce Papenbrook. I always recognize that voice.
This whole Danganronpa story was just stuffed into your memories.
For that reason, you all believed that work of fiction was, in fact, reality.
And that's how we put on a cosplay performance for everyone to see. A cosplay performance of the whole wide Danganronpa world.
Cosplay of the whole wide world? So, this was all fake? Everything was made up?
Chiaki.
And the whole time, we thought it was real?
My waifu is real to
You
me.
think the ultimate cosplayer's talent was only limited to characters?
It'd be kinda lame if that was all the big bad mastermind could do.
I can do far more than that. I can cosplay the world itself.
The world.
So if you want to make me your enemy,
then your enemy is the world of Danganronpa itself.
Danganronpa itself?
But why? Why would you do this? Why make us think it's real?
Well, duh. It's so you don't play the killing game.
This is the world of Danganronpa, you know? No shit we're playing the killing game. It's not just any killing game. It's a killing game that takes place in the real world, propped up by fiction.
In other words, it's ultimate real fiction.
Huh?
Ultimate real fiction?
But if it's fiction, if everything isn't real, then the world being in ruins is also fiction, right? The world outside is fine, right?
Right. Of course.
how did you like that scene? Our staff worked very hard on it.
God damn it, stop breaking the fourth wall. Fuck. It's been completely demolished. Step. Is the final boss Spike Chunsoft itself?
There's no need to worry about the people backstage.
Anyway, back to our conversation. You guys can just relax. The world hasn't been destroyed. Really? It's not destroyed? Then we can all go home and...
That ain't happening.
Why? If the world is still intact, then we have homes to return to.
I told you that ain't happening, you dumb sea urchin-headed... Wait, that's me.
Monokuma, what's going on?
Do you really want to know?
Forget about the world! It wants nothing to do with you! The walls of this academy are your world now. The outside world is of no concern to you. The audience certainly agrees with me. Isn't that right, you guys?
Is he talking to us? I don't know how I feel about this. This is too much fourth wall breaking here. Intermission? Oh. Are these like staff members? Little dude, you watching?
What? Who are these people?
They've all been watching this killing game transpire.
Of course, those you see here are only a fraction of our total viewers.
Watching us?
It's just like Shuichi said. This was all arranged because people want to see it.
Hello, person who died immediately.
So this was all a show. This whole killing game.
You're telling me this is just a Twitch stream?
Yeah. Everyone in this whole peaceful world watches this show.
Peaceful world?
I'm calling cap on that.
The outside world is peace itself. There's no despair or wars, and... all the people in this peaceful world are straight up crazy for this killing game!
Wait, why would a peaceful world need a game like this?
It's because the world is so peaceful that this killing game is necessary!
It is so very peaceful. And so, it is so very boring.
With so much peace, people have become bored. They need stimulation.
We created this ultimate real fiction so Danganronpa could fulfill that need. Every person in the outside world watching this is a huge Danganronpa fan. Everyone loves the killing games. This killing game is for everyone.
Rated E for everyone. Except it isn't.
So it's everyone's killing school semester.
This killing game is the latest entry in Danganronpa.
The long-awaited sequel that everyone has been waiting for!
This is the truth of this killing game! Isn't it the ultimate real fiction?
We were forced to play some fictional killing game?
Danganronpa! You noticed way too late. There's no Danganronpa without Monokuma! Since I'm here, that means this is Danganronpa!
What is this?
Can't you tell? It's the title of the current Danganronpa you guys are doing.
A testament to the unquenchable thirst this blood-soaked world has for Danganronpa.
What do you mean?
Danganronpa's gone on so long because the whole world enjoys and supports it.
How long has it gone on? Did you forget what season of Danganronpa this is? You guys are dumber than ants.
Shuichi, what do you think?
I haven't kept up with all the games, okay? I just played through the main ones on Xbox Game Pass. I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of lore to go through, but I just want to play the main games.
What?
What number killing game is this? What season do you think we're on? You should be able to tell from the logo.
Is this a trick question? Because I know there are spin-offs also.
And if that's not enough of a hint, just feast your eyes below my belt.
Why do you have to bring that? Why do you have to bring back this guy? What killing game this is? What number Danganronpa is this? You can tell from the logo. And this killing game is... Where's 3? Not 3. Not 1. There's a letter V here, so... Three? Oh wait, I already tried 3. 5? Not 51. 57. 53. Oh, V3, I got it. Alright. It took me forever. V3. I tried to put in 03 because this is the 3rd game, but... Okay. So this is the 53rd game? Ah, I didn't realize that. Oh, I think, but yeah, like, the V is 5, okay.
What number killing you should be able to tell from the logo?
The 53rd one?
That's not how you're supposed to use Roman numerals, by the way. You can't just mix them in with Arabic numerals. But okay. It was a trick.
Ding ding! Correct! This is the 53rd season of Danganronpa! In other words, Danganronpa V3's official name is Danganronpa 53!
25 was the best.
Starting with the Hope's Peak Academy arc in Danganronpa 1, 2, then 3.
Wait, how many are there? Monokuma returns, Hope's name, Shin, Danganronpa, Return Danganronpa, Miracle, Danganronpa, Despair's Counterattack, Anniversary, Danganronpa 10, Birth of Despair.
The seasons just kept coming, and with it came more killing games! Until it transcended games and anime to become this, the ultimate real fiction! And now, we're in the 53rd season of Danganronpa!
53rd season?
What? Did the letter in there throw you off? Well, I guess that happens. But isn't it just rad how it looks like a letter, but it's really a number?
Our title is the 53rd, as this is the 53rd game we have masterminded. It was supposed to be a hint, but whatever. I'm over it.
Since this is the 53rd season, one would expect to see a multitude of characters.
But you only have memories from the first 2, so you wouldn't recognize any others.
That's why I've limited myself to only cosplaying as Hope's Peak characters.
Is it sinking in yet? This killing game is just the 53rd season of Danganronpa. The 53rd Danganronpa.
Hey. I wonder where we're going with this. Is this gonna go anywhere?
Trapped in a fictional Danganronpa-inspired world and forced to play the killing game. That is what the world desired from you.
So yes, I'm the mastermind. But the real mastermind forcing you to do this is...
The person playing the game.
the people of the outside world! The people of the outside world are the ones who are forcing you to do this!
The whole world is the real mastermind?
The reason I made this world? The reason you guys did the killing game? It's all because the outside world wants it, you know? It's not just me. It's everyone involved in this project.
Project?
What? You don't know what that is? Is your brain leaking oil or something?
The ones managing this killing game aren't psychos like the remnants of despair. They're literal managers! Literally! So I want to hear your best guess. What company is running this show?
God damn, we have to play this. I guess we're supposed to go Team Danganronpa here. Let's see. Nah, fuck. Fuck it.
I see it!
Team Danganronpa?
Where are we going with this? Is this like going to be like the final game in the franchise because of how much they're taking the piss now?
Yeah, the company that makes Danganronpa is called Team Danganronpa.
You guys are behind in your studies! The audience knew the answer right away!
It's in the title credits at the start, too.
This theme song's burning in my brain now. I do like the version from 2, though. Oh, I didn't play all the spin-offs, though. Final Danganronpa 5, Dream Danganronpa 6. Oh, is it resetting like they did in the first chapter?
I'm also a part of Team Danganronpa. We make the finest killing entertainment. Everyone enjoys our work oh so much. And our newest project is Danganronpa V3, Killing Harmony.
A heart-pounding killing game brought to life by Ultimate Real Fiction!
Shut up!
I can understand why some people said you're either gonna love or hate the third game. I'll need time to process all this. I don't know how I feel.
You created an entire fictional world to make us do this fictional killing game? No matter how many false memories we've been implanted with, we aren't fictional!
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
What?
You sure about that?
Wait, I don't want to do this anymore. Let me go home already!
That's impossible. Didn't I tell you that you have no homes to go back to?
What? Why not?
Because you're just like us. You only exist within the world of Danganronpa.
Just like you?
Still don't get it? You just need to ask yourselves one question. Who the hell are you guys?
Who are we? Fictional characters.
We're the same. We're all just like you?
That's right. You're all fictional too.
Huh? You're just fictional characters created solely for this killing game.
Nothing we can do about it, I'm afraid. Danganronpa's that kind of property.
What are you saying?
We're not fictional. We're living, breathing people.
Your immaterial existence is a fabrication, independent of your actual flesh and blood.
Yep, you're all fictional. You guys out there beyond the fourth wall already knew that, right? You all didn't look like this when you first came to the Ultimate Academy. Those were your true selves. Now you're all just fictional characters. That's the truth.
That's the truth. They're our real identities. Our true identity. Normal people?
You're just normal, average, everyday people with no ultimate talent whatsoever.
Nani?
When you guys came to this academy for the first time, you were just boring, everyday high school students.
You were average students with no talent. Just like me.
But boring everyday characters have no right to be in Danganronpa. so you were all made more suitable for your new roles.
Everyone remembered thanks to the first flashback light. You were all given personalities, talents, and upbringings to create your characters. Much like that delightful documentary, Making a Murderer. It was at that point that the prologue of this story began.
Which means your ultimate talents are all just fiction.
Our talents as well?
Yep. Your talents are a bunch of lies. I mean, they suited you to a certain extent, but mostly in a placebo effect sort of way. Kinda like a form of auto-suggestion. You know, like if you do it, it'll all work out.
It's not just your talents, it's your personalities, families, memories.
It's all fiction, created by the flashback light.
Can you really say you're not fictional now?
Even if your body is real, your identities, personalities, talents, and past are all fiction. Can you really say none of this is fictional now?
Wait a minute. What are you babbling about? Our identities, personalities, talents, and pasts are all fictional? That's stupid!
It's not stupid! Isn't this what you all wanted?
You wanted this? Yeah, you wouldn't remember, but you guys were all from the outside world.
It's not strange at all that you'd want to be part of the show you love.
No way! Are you saying we wanted to participate in this killing game? That's not possible! How could we ever—
Please, everyone, take a look at this.
More lore dropping now.
Number 154. My name is...
PlayStation buttons.
I've always been such a huge fan of Danganronpa and always wanted to be in one. If I were a contestant, I would want to be an ultimate detective. I know there's been a few in the past, and I've always loved those characters. So I would want to be one of them. But I don't have to be a detective. I'll be anything to be part of the show. And I mean that. Anything. I do anything to be part of Danganronpa. I promise, if I get selected, I will work as hard as I can. I will come up with the best, most gruesome murders, I promise. Everyone will love it. And an ultimate detective hasn't been the blackened yet, so I'm sure I could do that. I'm also thinking about the perfect punishment for an ultimate detective. What was that?
Wasn't that you, Shuichi?
No, it can't be. I'd never say something like...
You wouldn't say that now, but this is you before you became who you are now.
What?
When we saw your audition tape, we had a flash of inspiration. The weakest ultimate detective ever. Wouldn't it be great to see him grow?
And that's why we made your character and had you join the gang.
The rest of you are no different. You auditioned, and were selected as well.
Auditioned?
Yeah, you were all so excited when you were selected.
I believe it was right after you all received your ultimate wardrobe.
Huh?
Well, what am I wearing?
How nice!
Looking good. You look more like Ultimates.
Huh?
Ultimates, really?
So...
Next up, the memory you've all been waiting for.
You guys are ready?
Hell yeah, get ready. Once the seal's broken, we'll be in the domain of the killing game. Killing game?
Could it be...
You mean we were selected?
All right.
We got picked? Really? All right. Whoa, really? I'm selected for it too?
We really said that?
More unreliable narrators. Great.
That's a lie. I have no memory of that.
You just forgot is all. 'Cause of the flashback light we used on you.
The people you used to be are gone. You're fictional characters now.
I just noticed their irises have a V or a 3 in it.
Do you finally understand? You are all flesh and blood fictional characters.
So you got nowhere to return! All that stuff's fiction too!
Then my friends and family. My whole life before coming here.
All fiction! That's what a backstory is!
You can't go back home, because there is no such place!
Just like how there's no Togami Corporation in the real world.
The only place we fictional characters can live is in this fictional world. Only in this world. Only in Danganronpa.
Only in this world?
Yes! The place you're actually trapped inside is the Danganronpa world! That's why you guys can't leave this place. That's why your only option is to continue the killing game here. You're all fictional characters, created to kill each other. It's what the world wants. That's why there's nowhere to run.
Enough.
Well, that was... Oh man, this is something.
I don't want to know anything else! I've had enough! Ugh, that reaction!
You fell into despair.
It's times like these you need to look to your friends for support.
However, all your friends are fictional too!
For example, even Kaito's illness was given to him as part of his character.
What?
I was the one who came up with that plotline and gave him that virus. I was also the one who came up with the plotline where you fell for Kaito.
What are you saying?
Then what about Tenko? Was she always defending me because
that was her character. It's the same for me, too.
A character created to bring excitement to the killing game, much like myself.
So the killing game swelled with excitement. Even my pants started to swell too.
Stop bringing back this character.
You're telling us this is all a lie? Even my feelings? Are you saying even those were lies?
Well, if you're going to call fiction a lie, then yes. Everything in this world has a writing credit. All our words and actions are just a bunch of lies.
We ran out of ideas, so we decided for this final game just to break the fourth wall, because we really couldn't keep this up anymore.
For example, an unbreakable vow of brotherhood is just a simple plotline.
You said it, bro! However, that was a splendid plotline!
Even that thing Kaede said that moved Shuichi's heart.
What?
I believe in you, so you should definitely believe in yourself.
That was a lie, 'cause the real Kaede said...
I'm perfect for a killing game. I don't have any faith in humanity.
And who could forget Kaito's inspiring line?
Don't forget, the impossible is possible. All you gotta do is make it so.
That was a lie! 'Cause the real Kaito said...
I'm not just gonna be in Danganronpa. I'm gonna kill everybody and win! Once I've got fame and fortune, I don't gotta worry about what's impossible.
It's all fiction! It's all a lie! Every single thing that has happened in this killing game is a lie!
all a lie? So where exactly does the rest of the game go from here? Yeah, I'm still trying to figure this out. The reason we're all here right now is because of them. Because of them, I was able to change. That's why I was trying to live for them, too. And I was trying so hard to stay positive. But if even that's a lie... So is this supposed to be a meta commentary about how even fiction can be real to us and have a real impact on the people who consume it? Is that what the ultimate thesis or conclusion this third game is trying to arrive at here? Man. Okay.
Why am I here? Why did I even survive this long?
This is fiction. There's no greater meaning. No greater meaning to death. No greater meaning to life. It's all fiction. There's no meaning to be found in any of it.
It's so gross I could just barf.
Well, I guess it makes sense you wouldn't believe all this stuff.
How about that? You in despair yet? It will be troublesome for us if you don't despair under our rule.
What?
Danganronpa's all about despair. The reason this killing game's so popular, why it's gone on for 53 seasons. That reason is despair. Viewers flock to see your despair.
That's why all those people out there look so happy. See?
What is this?
Despair? Something tells me there's not going to be an intermission, is there? Is this despair?
Is this what the outside world wants? Is this what they want from us?
Oh, don't have the energy to yell? Well, yelling for help is useless for fictional characters anyway. It makes the viewers even more depraved and obsessed when they feel sorry for you. They watch, knowing that they shouldn't, just to revel in the depravity of it all. That depravity is the appeal of death games. It's the appeal of this very killing game. It's the appeal of Danganronpa itself.
Ellipses.
So what are we supposed to do?
Huh? What was that?
What are we supposed to do? What's gonna happen to us?
What are you guys talking about?
Weren't you going to ruin the class trial and end the killing games? Go ahead and stop it if you can. Try and stop a world obsessed with it.
There's no way to stop it. It's impossible.
Oh, are you giving up already?
It's all a lie, isn't it? Me, everyone here, everyone who died. Everything's a lie, right? I can't fight for a lie, can I?
Oh! What's the matter? Are you in despair? No matter how much you grow, Shuichi, you're still weak after all. Now that you know it's all lies, you've gone back to the weak ultimate detective.
This pleases us. It is a despair fit for Danganronpa.
Well, that was surprisingly disappointing. But I guess it's okay. We're still on script.
Everything's a lie. Everything's meaningless. Everything we've done, and everything we face together. All of our feelings. Pitch black lies. It doesn't matter how many mysteries you solve. The mysteries were all fiction in the first place, well scripted. It's all over. It's all just a lie anyway. It doesn't matter what you do. It's over now. Oh, we got the bad end. Okay. Oh. Is this the end? Please tell me. I'm asking you. Whenever I was in trouble, my inner voice would always guide me. That guidance is what brought me here. I don't believe that's a mistake. So, I will trust it. Is this Kibo speaking now? Let's see. Please tell me. Tell me what I should do. Please tell me your decision. Save this situation? Yes. Okay. No. Okay, it's getting meta. Well, even more meta. Fuck. Remedy the situation.
Your voice is crystal clear. My inner voice is telling me I need to remedy this situation. That is why I will not give up. I will not give up hope until the very end.
Nani?
We can't give up. No matter what, hope is always within reach. We must keep our heads high and search for hope, especially in deepest despair.
Hope? Huh? What hope?
You said so yourself. This killing game is the ultimate real fiction. If this is both real and fiction, then logically it can't all be fictional. Even if this world is fiction, even if we're fiction, there must be something we can do. So there must be a way to break through this. I won't give up hope, not ever!
Jeez, how annoying.
The outside world doesn't just want despair, it wants hope too. If our voices have reached the outside world, then what my inner voice is telling me is...
Oh, your inner voice? That's the voice of the outside world.
What?
I know, because I wrote your plotline too! There's no way I wouldn't know who that is you're hearing. That's the voice of the outside world!
The voice of the outside world?
From the start of this killing game, you've had a unique role. You're the audience surrogate!
Audience surrogate?
Your inner voice allows communication between yourself and the audience.
That function exists to keep the audience entertained.
Now tell me, what is your inner voice? Speak clearly and enunciate.
What is my inner voice? Okay, Give me a moment to use the restroom here, guys. BRB. Okay, we're back. Oh boy. This last chapter here, guys. Wow. What is my inner voice? If I'm a surrogate for the audience, if we've been communicating this whole time, then audience survey. My inner voice is actually audience survey.
This is it. An audience survey?
Well done! Yes, indeed that is the truth!
It's two-way communication that lets you participate in the program from home.
That is your inner voice's true nature, the results of an audience survey.
The voice I relied on for guidance was just the audience answering survey questions?
Every move you made was dictated by the audience's answers to that survey.
For this season of Danganronpa, the main gimmick is audience participation.
That antenna on your head lets you receive their answers.
This is an antenna?
When your antenna broke and you went crazy, that was a big problem for us. We got flooded with complaints from the audience.
But that's not your only role. You're also the audience's camera.
Camera?
Your eyes are the eyes of the audience itself!
The audience's eyes?
We were Kibo this entire time? What?
The outside world has been watching from your eyes the whole time! It lets them feel like they're really a part of the Danganronpa world. And it's all thanks to you! That's why I'm so glad you survived all the way through. 'Cause now I can use you to plunge the outside world into despair!
Despair?
If the audience surrogate falls into despair, then the audience does too.
By making you fall into despair, I can make the entire world fall into despair. My despair will turn from fiction to fact and destroy reality itself.
Woohoo! Isn't that just the most delightful despair?
Why did you go to all this trouble? Isn't Junko Enoshima just a costume?
Oh, Kibo, mon petit doudou! My cosplay is a perfect reproduction.
Actually doing stuff the characters would is totally part of that.
Is that why you want the world to fall into despair?
That's messed up! But that's the whole point of Danganronpa.
The outside world wants to see horrible setups and payoffs!
What could be more horrible than a fictional despair eroding the real world?
No one could have imagined an end this hopeless.
No. I won't give in to despair.
Huh?
If I'm a surrogate for the audience, then I will use my inner voice to broadcast hope to the outside world.
I already fucking told you! The outside world only wants despair!
There's no way to spread hope to an audience that watches killing games.
No! My inner voice already told me what to do. I need to remedy this!
Do.
If that's the voice of the outside world, then the outside world actually wants hope. So I will trust the outside world. I will trust in hope.
Ultimate Hope Robot. Hope has been recorded to the monopad. Oh, sweet, we have hope bullets now. Just like the first game. Right?
This is the power of hope. I will not lose to your despair. Not when I'm carrying the hope of the outside world.
Ugh, how annoying. Hope? That's not popular.
Well, if I can get someone like you to fall into despair, that'd be a great ending.
I won't let you do that. Hope will never give in to despair.
Oh, you're going to go that far?
Let's settle this.
The final battle between hope and despair.
Yahoo! Now that's what Danganronpa's all about!
Settle this how?
Yes, that is a problem. The class trial is in disarray because Monokuma broke a rule.
You're the one who broke the rule.
How about we start over and have a special vote?
A special vote? But you're the one who broke the rules in the first place.
Whatever, man. We've made it this far together. Let's just do one last vote.
Cause that's what Danganronpa's all about!
This final special vote will determine, between Kibo and I, which of us should get punished.
What?
This'll be a vote to determine how this story ends.
You guys have to decide whether this story ends in hope or despair.
To end in hope?
To end in despair?
We decide?
Oh man, this is great! The outside world is starting to get jazzed up!
I don't know what to think about all this.
Hope will definitely win. No one here wants despair to win.
Yeah, that's right. We can't side with the mastermind.
Even if that choice ends in your suffering?
Suffering?
All right, let me explain what's gonna happen after the vote.
If Kibo, representing hope, is punished, and I, representing despair, win...
Then, per the rules, the killing school semester will continue until only 2 students remain.
You're going to continue the game?
No need to worry, because there aren't gonna be any more murders. My predictions are always correct 30% of the time.
Even if we make new flashback-like motives for you, you know they're lies.
So no matter how many motives we provide, it's more likely that nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen.
We can all live happily ever after in the academy.
No! That's no way to live! Imprisoned in this school? Living lives of despair?
Even if you went outside, there'd be no point.
As I said, all your memories are nothing but fiction. Your hometowns, your families, your friends, they never existed in the first place.
'Cause they're all fiction!
Danganronpa characters can only live in the Danganronpa setting.
There's no reason to pull out of school. Only losers pull out.
Please put us back how we were!
Silence! Weep not over spilt milk.
I told you guys already. You can't get rid of memories with flashback lights.
Flashback lights can only overwrite old memories with new ones.
But if you're absolutely serious, then use a flashback light to become a different fictional character instead.
So we can't go back to the way we were?
Yeah! How about that despair? But if I, representing despair, am punished, and Kibo, representing hope, wins...
Then this killing game will end, of course.
However, you must follow the rules. The game will continue until the final two.
So only 2 of you can graduate.
What?
Out of the 4 of us, only 2 can survive?
Yes, that is so. I will let you decide the 2 who will survive.
We got this far, and you're telling us to sacrifice more of our friends?
It's just 2 measly sacrifices, and then the rest of you losers can leave the academy.
However, even if you do escape to the outside world, you will find it most unwelcoming.
No! As long as we never give up, there will always be hope.
Well, if you're gonna be a pussy about it, do whatever you want.
Can you choose which 2 will survive? Can you choose which 2 will be sacrificed?
I sacrifice myself!
What? Kibo.
If it will bring hope to everyone and the outside world, I will gladly sacrifice myself.
But, Kibo...
It's okay.
You're being robophobic now, Kibo. Don't do it.
Even if it destroys my body, I will defeat despair.
Kibo!
Even if you sacrifice yourself, you still need one more.
In order for hope to win, there needs to be one more sacrifice. Shuichi, Maki, and Himiko. One of them has to sacrifice themselves. Or hope can't win.
You got the guts to make such a heartless choice?
That's...
Do you understand now? Even if you choose hope, you will still suffer.
You don't need to choose the hard way. No one expects you guys to do that.
Yeah, there will be no more killing. So let's all just stay here together. There's no reason to go outside. Let's stay here together. Won't you stay here together? Let's all stay together.
I want to stay here with you. Here? Together?
I think everyone will feel a lot better after they vote for Kibo. Come on, let's stay together, please.
Together? Okay.
Don't let her fool you! Despair won't end this killing game. Only hope will.
I fucking didn't save. Hope.
Of outside craves despair.
Times I even look like this.
Fuck.
My 53rd appearance, too! And we've got merchandise. Be sure to check out the website. My 53rd appearance! We've got merchandise. Be sure to check out the website.
How am I supposed to beat that? Fuck.
It's despair.
No!
53rd appearance, too! We've got merchandise. Be sure to check out the website.
I might need a lower difficulty for this. I physically can't move the cursor fast enough.
Times I even look like this. This my 53rd appearance, too!
I physically can't move the cursor fast enough.
Check out the website.
No! No! And where I missed.
Guys, be sure.
Outside craves despair.
And the audience answer. Time.
Despair's gonna
find. And we've got the website.
Hope moves forward. I will never give up. Hope will never lose to despair.
That was such fucking bullshit.
Huh? How's not giving up gonna help you, huh? Huh?
Even if you won't give up, as long as you don't sacrifice someone else.
I'll sacrifice myself.
What?
If Kibo and I sacrifice ourselves, then Shuichi and Himiko live, right? And they can survive this absurd killing game.
Maki?
After listening to Kibo, I've decided I don't want this killing game to end with despair. That would just piss me off.
Even if you only feel that way because I wrote you like that? Just like with Kaito.
Even then, I'll choose that ending if it means I can kill you. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will kill you.
Sacrifice? Wait, Maki!
My daring assassin TT.
I'm sorry. I've already made up my mind.
But what's gonna happen to us? Can we really go back to the outside world?
What indeed? I told you over and over there's nothing for you out there.
No, once the audience sees this ending, I'm sure they'll help us. Everything is going to be okay. We'll definitely find hope.
What do you mean, hope?
What?
I reject that hope! I refuse. I won't accept that hope.
Shuichi, what's the matter?
It's because of hope that this whole thing is happening! I reject that hope!
Just hope blades now?
Hope itself is the villain here. We suffer because of hope. Tsumugi isn't trying to make us despair. She wants us to trust in hope. So I say no. I reject that hope!
Tsumugi wants us to trust in hope? What does that mean?
The reason this madness has gone on 53 times, it's because of hope. It's because the audience wants hope. They want to see hope defeat despair in the end. It's Hope's Peak Academy all over again. So if we fight for hope, we just be giving them what they want. And the killings will never end. Don't you see? Despair is the only choice.
God damn it. Why did you have to show despair after?
Has gone on 53 times. It's because of hope. It's because the audience wants hope. They want to see hope defeat despair in the end. It's Hope's Peak Academy all over again. So if we fight for hope, we just be giving them what they want. And the killings will never end. Don't you see? Despair is the only choice.
I will cut down your words! Despair takes everything from people, even their strength to press onward. That's why it's not possible for despair to be better.
The people watching probably feel the same way. They want hope too.
What?
No, that's wrong.
Even if it's fiction, everyone wants to feel hope. It gives them courage. And this killing game continues because we keep giving them the hope they want. While they ignore all the tragedies that we had to suffer to get there.
Shuichi,
Then let's start the voting time!
What?
The final vote! It's all gonna end here. You and your shitty hope.
Wait! We're not finished talking!
Please, let me just ask one more thing. I have to know something before we vote.
What is it?
If Hope wins this final vote, Kibo and Maki will sacrifice themselves. And you, Tsumugi, the loser, will also be punished, correct? What kind of punishment will they receive? Please, tell me what it is.
Why should I tell you? I never said anything about a punishment, did I?
That's right! The punishment isn't the problem right now. The problem is...
No, that is the problem. Because if the punishment is what I think it is, then everything would make sense. Including why Rantaro participated in another killing game.
Rantaro? What does he have to do with this?
You know the answer, Kibo.
Me?
If you really are connected to the outside world, then I want you to find the answer.
Ask the audience, Kibo. Use your lifeline. Oh, punishment. If it's the reason Rantaro participated in the killing game again after surviving, then the punishment must be you participate in the next killing game?
This is it! I got it. The punishment is you have to participate in the next killing game, right?
What?
Yeah, I think so. The punishment after the final vote is to participate in another killing game. That's what Rantaro was talking about.
You want this killing game, so you have to win no matter what. No matter what.
Something similar must have happened in the last killing game, and he was given a choice. He sacrificed himself and was forced to participate again. All this means is, if we choose hope here, the killing game won't end. Tsumugi will still be the mastermind, Kiba will still represent the viewers, and Maki will be the new ultimate survivor. The killing game will begin again. Don't you see? If Hope wins, the killing won't stop. It's because Hope wins that the killing never stops. It's what the people want. They want Hope to win. They want the happy ending. That's how the killing game has gone on 53 times.
The killing game persists because hope always wins?
That's why I'm going to reject that hope.
And substitute my own.
Choose despair? You're going to choose despair to end the killing game? How boring.
But this is fine. Our audience loves despair, so this will please them too.
After all, even if despair wins, the killing game still won't end.
Then, hope has to win this game too. If we continue to win for hope, then this killing game will surely end someday.
No, you don't get it! It's not going to end. It's going to keep happening over and over.
Then what are we supposed to do?
When Maki said she was going to sacrifice herself just now, I thought, why? So many of our friends have sacrificed their lives. Why Maki? Why now? Why do we have to go through it again? The sorrow of losing Kaede and Kaito. Why do we have to feel that sadness over and over and over again? Why do we have to bear that burden? Well, I don't care how much the audience wants it. I'm not gonna feel that way anymore! I don't want anyone to feel that way anymore! Even if this is fiction, even if we're all fictional, the pain in my heart is real. The sadness I feel when I lose the people I love is real. I won't forgive this game that treats us like toys. And if this is what the world wants, then I reject that world! I'll fight the world that inflicts suffering for entertainment!
Hey, he went with the reject. I reject it.
Fight the outside world?
It doesn't matter what you do. No matter what a fictional character does or says, it's just fiction to the outside world.
Then I'll fight the outside world from within this fiction.
From within this fiction? But how?
I refuse to vote.
Daga Katsuwaru.
Refuse to vote?
Monokuma said that if we don't vote, we'll be killed for breaking the rules.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm doing it. If this ends without a single vote being cast for hope or despair, the audience would hate it. They'd never accept an ending like that. So I abstain. I refuse to give the outside world the ending it wants. I won't vote for Kibo or Tsumugi. I reject both hope and despair.
Hope won't end the killing game? Oh man, it's already been 4 hours. That's true, then this feeling that I must win for hope is... What am I supposed to do?
I'll put a stop to this killing game.
You can't stop it! If Danganronpa ends, I'll be out of a job!
Even if this is all fake,
they're taking all our
suffering
jobs.
and pain is real. It was rough for me too.
It's a death thing. What the fuck you gonna do?
Ain't it better to just let it end with despair?
I reject both hope and despair. I reject the world that would make us do this. Which is why I abstain from voting. So this won't end in hope or despair.
You can't throw away your futures. Hope is contagious.
Is this outcome really okay?
I'll put a stop to this killing game.
You can't stop it!
Even if this is all fake, our suffering and pain is real. It was rough for me too.
Are we supposed to lie? Okay, here we go.
I reject both hope and despair. I reject the world that would make us do this, which is why I abstain from voting. So this won't end in hope or despair.
You can't throw away your futures. Hope is contagious.
It should end with hope, but still.
Alright, you guys are gonna hate me for this, but I'm gonna need taking our bathroom break. Drank too much Gatorade. Okay, we're back. I'm guessing we have like an hour or two left. I hope. Fuck. Or despair.
What are you doing? Did your inner voice really tell you to do that? Did it tell you to reject hope?
No. My inner voice is still telling me not to give up on hope. But if that hope demands tragedy from us, then I cannot trust it. I may be a robot, but the thought of my friends dying still fills me with sadness. I don't want anyone else to feel this way, so I will abandon hope.
Do you know what will happen if you do that? To defy the audience!
I don't give a damn. This killing game is over anyway. New characters are created just to show the outside world a fictional hope. They get written into these killing games, forced to betray one another. And at the end of the slaughter, the tragedy, the despair, hope always wins. Well, I've had enough of it. We're gonna end this right now. We won't let it end the way they want. We won't make a good ending or a bad one. To end this killing game and end it forever. We will reject Danganronpa.
Aw, shit. To beat the game, you must not play the game.
Shuichi.
Tsumugi, You were right. I'm weak. I'm weaker than everyone else. If I didn't have my friends, I'd be useless. That's true even now. If Kibo and Maki didn't stand up, I would have ended it all right then. But it's because I'm weak and because I lost my way that I finally realized. I finally realized how cruel this hope really is.
Hold on, everyone. If we keep thinking, we can find a better ending, and...
Himiko, Maki, will you abstain from voting with me?
Abstain from voting? You can't do that. All three of you will be killed if you do.
You guys really want to commit suicide?
It's still a sin to throw your life away, even if your life is fictional.
You've been fighting so hard to survive, but now you're gonna give up?
Such foolishness! To cast your life away is the height of stupidity.
Himiko, we can put an end to this insane killing game. We're gonna use our lives to end this madness.
Use our lives?
But Himiko, you have to choose, okay? You can't look away. You can't back down. You have to choose. Only those who have found the truth can choose their destiny.
We can put an end to this killing game. Put an end to these killing games that everyone out there wants so bad. If so, then Use Our Lives has been recorded into the model pad.
If we refuse to vote, we all die.
To choose death is to blaspheme against life itself.
Hope and despair, neither the victor. No one would want an ending like that.
You would throw your life away for that?
That would be a meaningless death.
No, it wouldn't. Our lives are our strongest weapons. And with these weapons, we will hold against the outside world.
How did I miss that? If we don't stop this killing game, these tragedies will just keep happening. Tenko and Angie wouldn't want that.
If we refuse
to vote, we all die. To choose death is to blaspheme against life itself. Hope and despair, neither the victor. No one would want an ending like that. You would throw your life away for that? That would be a meaningless death. No, it wouldn't. Our lives are
our strongest weapons. And with these weapons, we hold against the outside world.
I'm gonna put an end to it. Even if I'm a fictional character, my life is real. That's why killing games are fun, right? It's fun to see two lives clash, right?
I'm glad they decided to give Himiko some agency here. Maki stepped up and said something, but Himiko didn't say anything, so we kind of needed this moment here.
I won't let you use my life for some show. Use my life to end this killing game. So Tenko, Angie, and all the past victims can rest in peace. It's the only weapon I've got. I'll use my life to put an end to this killing game!
What? Suicide is suicide, no matter what your reason is.
Perhaps that thought is just another work of fiction, following along my outline.
It could be a part of my script, just like Maki falling for Kaito, you know? Because if none of you vote, and I do, then I'll be the only one who survives! Doesn't that sound exactly like something the big bad mastermind would come up with?
It's okay, Maki. Believe in me. And believe in yourself, just like you believed in Kaito.
Believe in myself?
That's why you have to fight, even if you're scared. Because you have that strength. Come on! It'd be a lousy story if the hero gave up so easily.
My desire to end this killing game may be fictional. And the mastermind is the sole survivor. As the sole survivor would be a convenient ending for her. All that might be in plan as well. Just like my feelings for Kaito. Everything's fiction, a story written by someone. But even then,
Even your thoughts are works of fiction! It's all following my outline to a T!
This whole shebang is fiction. That's Danganronpa for ya!
Even if it is fiction, it's because of everyone's sacrifices that we've come this far. Their deaths have to be more than just fiction. There must be something we can do.
You mean to live your lives for them as well.
We're going to use this fiction to change reality. We're going to end Danganronpa.
I will believe in myself. Even if everything is fictional, I'll believe in my feelings. If I can't believe in my feelings, then my existence will have no meaning. If we can change reality, then we won't be just fiction. Our lives will have significance. And hopefully, my feelings will have significance too.
That it's okay for everyone to die together!
Man, why do you guys want to die so badly?
It's not that I want to die. We fought so hard to survive. Of course we don't want to die. But it's not just about us. Everyone who died in the killing games felt the same way. They were all desperate to live. They wanted to survive. For themselves and for someone else. That desire isn't fictional to us. That pain isn't fictional to us. To us, the killing game is real tragedy. That's why we have to stop it. We won't let this happen ever again.
Like I told you, it's not going to stop, 'cause that's what the world wants. As long as the world wants killing games, Danganronpa will not end!
Then we have to change it.
There's no way you can change it! Fiction could never change the real...
You don't believe in the power of fiction?
Huh?
It may not be a physical power, but our wish will surely be received by someone. If fiction has the power to touch people's hearts, then that power can change the world.
Oh, great. It did go down that route.
That is what I believe. I will also abandon my vote, just as Shuichi suggested.
It really did go down the whole, well, fiction could still be real, or it matters, blah, blah, blah.
Then it's decided. We all abstain from voting. We reject hope and despair. We refuse to bow to the demands of the outside world.
Are you serious?
Are you getting flustered? Your costume changes are less frequent now.
Are you crazy? If you do that, only I, the mastermind, will survive, you know?
What about despair?
Do whatever you want with hope and despair.
Already decided to quit this killing game!
I don't care about this fictional world.
That's right! This class trial is over! Now, start voting time!
Voting time? No, not yet. This game is gonna continue.
The killing game will continue!
This trial will go on forever and ever! This game is gonna keep going! And this class trial ain't over yet either! You really want the killing game to end? You really want Danganronpa to end? Come on, even if we keep going back and forth. Let's keep this game going! I won't let it be voting time Hey, why aren't you doing anything?
I'm abandoning this game. I won't play your game anymore, Monokuma. Now start the vote.
I won't let you abandon this game. I definitely won't let you!
Yeah, I still need you guys to keep playing the game!
Hey, what are you doing?
Let's have more fun with the game! Let's have lots and lots of fun with Danganronpa!
What are we even answering? I'll just leave the controller alone. The timer will run out, so. What?
Do the class trial right, or the audience is gonna get bored!
What must you never give up?
Fine, be bored. We're not here for your entertainment. We're trying to survive. You're the ones who want us to be entertaining.
It is a nice switch up, though. Having the solution be to not play the game.
If you're gonna complain, perhaps you should just stop watching.
Me when people bitch on my stream.
Even if we have to make the entire audience hate us, we're not going to stop. We're going to end our tragedy here.
Give up already and start voting time.
All 4 of us will abstain from voting, so you'll be the only one who survives.
Are you okay with that, Kibo? Is your inner voice telling you that's okay? Does the outside world really want that? Do they want Danganronpa to end? Hey! What are they saying? What's your inner voice saying?
My inner voice doesn't matter anymore. I'm going to end this game with my friend.
Kibo?
Kibo, what's wrong?
That's what I thought.
How many more twists we're gonna have to throw in here?
They don't want this kind of ending. They want the killing games to continue. That is the outside world's decision.
What?
Isn't that right, Kibo?
Yes, my inner voice will not accept an ending without hope or despair.
Kibo!
Kibo, get a hold of yourself!
That's not possible. The Kibo you see there isn't the one you know. Like I said, you can't defy the audience when you're their surrogate. It's because he did such a silly thing that he's feeling the audience's anger now.
What do you mean? What's happening to Kibo?
Since Kibo kept defying the audience, they took a vote and decided that troublesome personality of his should be erased.
His personality was erased?
How long is this gonna go on? Fuck.
How cruel can you guys be? How long are you gonna play with our lives?
We were about to wrap things up, and now we have to do this shit.
But that's the decision of the outside world. Don't just end Danganronpa! We supported you! You owe us! That's what they said. So it doesn't matter how much you fight, you can't change the outside world! Because the outside world still wants Danganronpa! That won't change!
What did you say?
So do you still want to throw your lives away? Even if it changes nothing?
Kibo!
Kibo!
I can barely control it. Looks like this is the end.
Don't say that! You survived this far!
I'm sorry. I could not fight with you until the end. But your choice is not wrong. The real enemy is the outside world who is enjoying this killing game. So please, use me to change the world.
Kibo.
Kibo! Stay with us!
He's completely erased. That makes me sad too, you know. He was a character I created. But this is the end. The outside world rejects your decision. So no matter how you use your lives, it won't change anything.
Then I'll change it. Kibo gave us this one chance. If Kibo is doing what the outside world is telling him, we just have to convince him. I know we can change the world. We owe it to Kibo to try.
I said it's impossible! For fiction to change the real world...
The impossible is possible. All you gotta do is make it so. You can even change the world. No, we will change the world. For ourselves, and everyone who died.
This is going on a little too long. Oh, man.
You're going to throw your lives away for those who have died?
It could be worse. The writer threw away the credibility with this shit.
You fought to survive this killing game. If you die now, it's all over.
Like, it's too early. Like, we haven't finished the game yet, but I don't know. I feel like meta commentary is kind of like an ass pull at this point. I don't know.
Even if we die, it's not the end.
Like, none of this makes sense anymore. It just feels like nonsensical rambling between the two groups.
Our friends who died gave us their love, and we changed because of that. If we can inspire change in others, then that love will live on.
I don't even know what they're going after right now. None of this makes sense to me. Maybe it's because it's past my bedtime right now because I have work tomorrow. Fuck. But yeah, like, I'm not against like stories that get meta, but I don't know. It just feels. It feels like they ran out of ideas. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like you have no ideas anymore, and you just decide, nah, here's just, you know, it would be really crazy if we did this, and then they just said, yeah, sure, let's do it. And didn't think that was it was a bad idea at all. I think this was what happened. They say, oh, wouldn't it be interesting if this was all like some sort of meta fourth wall breaking bullshit? Yeah, I'm sure that's fine. Or maybe this is the point, though. Maybe it's supposed to piss me off or whatever. I don't know.
That love will tear down the wall between fiction and reality, and it will live on forever. That's why I'm gonna change the world. As long as I have their love, I will change it.
I don't know what they're talking about. What do you mean?
Even if this whole story is a lie, I will use that lie to change the world.
That's right. We're not gonna just be fiction.
I don't know how to follow this anymore.
Shuichi, you can change this world because you're Kaito's sidekick.
There's no way you can persuade them like that. They all love the killing games. They can't get enough Danganronpa.
I'm the world what it wants. I won't let hypocrites interfere.
Kibo, let me hear the voices of the outside world. And let them hear me.
Is this supposed to be like their way of like lashing out against Twitter comments? What the fuck is this?
This isn't my Danganronpa. I'm a longtime fan. Do you realize how much I've given to this show? I'm gonna be pissed if there isn't a happy ending. Man, this debate is getting wet. I don't like twists like this. This is getting way too meta.
Oh shit. Oh, they did it on purpose. Nice.
Do you realize how much I've given to this show? I'm gonna be pissed if there isn't a happy ending. Man, this debate is getting wet. I don't like twists like this. This is getting way too meta. This isn't my Danganronpa. I'm a longtime fan. Do you realize how much I've given to the show? I'm gonna be pissed if there isn't a happy ending. No way fiction can change the world, lol.
Fiction can change the
Fiction
world.
has the power to change reality.
I'm not here for a damn lecture. Hey, what about Little Miss Assassin's Punishment? Preachy characters are so annoying. Man, I was rooting for the detective. This guy should have died instead of Kaede. Death makes the characters better. Death is the point of Danganronpa. I'm not here for a damn lecture. Hey, what about Little Miss Assassin's Punishment? Preachy characters are so annoying. Man, I was rooting for the detective. This guy should have died instead of Kaede. Death makes the characters better. Death is the point of Danganronpa. I'm not here for a damn lecture. Hey, what about Little Miss Assassin's Punishment? Preachy characters are so annoying. Man, I was rooting for the detective. This guy should have died instead of Kaede. Death makes the characters better. Death is the point of Danganronpa. I'm not here for a damn lecture. Hey, what about Little Miss Assassin's Punishment? Preaching. Killing games are the best form of entertainment.
The killing game is wrong.
Entertainment.
I see. So they purposely wrote shitty games. Wow.
Despair! 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 This ending sucks! Despair! 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 Hope versus despair! Pick one! Despair! 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 This ending sucks! Despair! 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 because no one voted is the worst ending
Our
ever!
lives. It's not pointless. I don't know what the fuck.
Hope versus despair! Pick one! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! 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 Hope! Despair! 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 Hope! 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 Despair! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! This ending sucks!
Okay.
A pointless death because no one voted is the worst ending ever!
Our lives. It's not pointless or what? How,
Hope versus despair! Pick one! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! 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 Hope! Despair!
this is overwhelming.
Despair! Hope! 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 Despair! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! This ending sucks! Hope! Hope! Despair! Despair! Hope! Hope! Despair! Despair! Hope! Hope! Despair! Despair! Hope! Hope! Despair! Despair! Hope! Hope! A pointless death because no one voted is the
It's
worst
not
ending ever!
pointless. Our lives are our
It's
weapons.
not pointless. We're gonna use our lives to change the world.
Is Danganronpa really gonna end? Can't just end it out of the blue. Who cares if they die? They're not real. Just kill each other already. Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! Hope! Despair! We want more of the killing game. I need that sweet closure. Well, hopefully there's another season. There's no way they'd let it end like this. I'm a longtime fan. Do you realize how much I've given to the show? Death makes this ending suck. The point of Danganronpa. Death makes this ending suck. The point of Danganronpa. Death makes this ending suck. The point of Danganronpa. Pick one. Danganronpa really gonna end?
Final blow.
Danganronpa will never end, will it?
We'll end Danganronpa with our own hands.
Together, we're gonna end Danganronpa.
I see. They intentionally pissed the viewers off so that way they can make fun of us for being angry about how shitty the story is in Danganronpa 3. I get it now. They intentionally wrote a really stupid story here to make fun of us for calling it stupid. Genius, Team Danganronpa.
What just happened?
That's what I've been wondering.
Kibo?
Like I said, it's pointless. The outside world won't let Danganronpa end. Everyone loves Danganronpa. That's reality. Killing game entertainment will continue forever!
Now then, let's proceed with voting time! I think hopeful Kibo should vote for despairing Tsumugi, without a doubt!
You can't complain that the game's bad, because we said you guys would say it's bad.
That's what the outside world wants to see!
No, I'll still need time to process everything,
Got!
in my opinion, on the game.
One last voting time!
I definitely need to reflect more on the game once I finally finish it. But right in the moment, I feel like all this meta stuff is just lazy. I'll need time to think it over. And maybe,
Alright, looks like voting is over! Let's hurry and announce the results!
and then we still have to see the rest of it. So yeah, I'm sure. Well, you can't be. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see if the last few minutes here can save my thoughts.
I didn't vote. That was the right thing to do, right?
The three of us might be penalized for abstaining to vote. But what's going to happen to Kibo and Tsumugi?
If Kibo is controlled by the outside world, he must have voted for Tsumugi.
Then what about Tsumugi? If she had cast one vote for Kibo, then it would be a tie, but...
Oh, there's no need to worry about that. I didn't vote either.
What?
Just as I thought. You wanted Hope to win.
That's not it. We're friends, aren't we? There's no way I'd abandon you guys.
Friends? You've got no right saying that now!
I turned over a new leaf. I'm not lying. It's the truth. So, since the four of us abstained from voting, only Kibo's vote counts. No matter who he voted for, the only one who survives is Kibo. So, in other words, the winner is Hope. But Kibo said earlier that he'd sacrifice himself and take the punishment, right? So we're going to punish him. He'll be participating in the next killing game.
Hold it! Why are you punishing Kibo? If Kibo survives, then there's no need for him to be sacrificed.
It doesn't work like that. He needs to follow through on his words.
That's not fair! Are you twisting the rules again?
Like, nothing even matters anymore. They're just making... everything's just getting... all the shit's just being made up as they go along now. Nope. Reserve judgment. Stop complaining, stop complaining. Let's see this through.
It's fine, because this is all fiction. Maybe it's a bit forced, but that's fiction for you, right?
A bit forced? A bit forced?
Well, since I didn't vote, I'll be killed with you guys. But I'll accept my death. If you guys are willing to die to stop the killing game, I'll die to continue it. Even if it's just fiction, I gave my life to make it. I've given my life to Danganronpa. And how about this for the next plotline? Hope has won, but the lone survivor, Kibo, remains trapped. Now he'll challenge the killing game anew. Will he be able to grasp true hope? Yeah, an ending like that can work, right?
What? This is the worst possible ending.
But this is bad. At this rate, our deaths will be meaningless.
Well, we already know the outcome, but we should follow protocol. Monokuma, please tell us the results.
Okay, then let's begin! Who will be chosen as the Blackened? Who will win? Hope or despair?
Finally. Okay. Okay, this finale better be something, okay? Alright? I'm just saying, it better be something good. Because all this meta commentary stuff, I don't know. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. Sometimes it's fun to have. I was kind of on board with it at first, but it kind of just went on and on, you know? Like at some point, they need to draw a line and just get a move on. Maybe it's my own impatience because I do want to wrap this all up in a single stream. So maybe it's that. I'll try to give it the benefit there, but I don't know. I feel like they're going way too hard with that and kind of wasting our time. It feels padded out with the whole meta commentary stuff here. Like it's like you already broke the fourth wall like very you hammered right through it, you know, like you fisted your way through that wall right there, that fourth wall. You don't need to do it anymore, but they just kept doing it over and over and over, and like, I got it, you know, you don't need to keep doing it, but they kept doing it still. And it's kind of like self-masturbatory, I feel. Like the writers just kind of got full of themselves and thought, oh, okay, what else can we do here to piss off the viewer? And then we can say, oh, this is going to piss off the viewer in the game, so that way they know we were thinking it when we wrote it. And it was just a little much, you know? Like, maybe I'll appreciate it more in hindsight. But I can understand why this is, let's see, a controversial entry in the series, I think, or... Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, let's see what's up here. Let's see what's next.
What?
Why?
All 5 people abstained from voting?
What did you say?
What's going on? Didn't Kibo vote? Phew, I'm relieved.
It can't be.
Huh? Why? What is this?
Okay.
The world has changed. We gerrymandered all the districts, so that way all the votes didn't count.
What?
Huh?
That's true.
If Kibo refused to vote, that means the world has changed. It means the audience chose not to vote as well.
That's it.
They rejected this killing game.
What is that?
What? Subject right. That's what you get for breaking the rules like that. Chotomate, is that really okay? I kind of feel like this part should be voiced. Like, this is the fucking end of the game. You're really gonna not voice this part? Ugh. Danganronpa is going to end? The killing game full of tense standoffs and backstabbings among friends?
Stop!
It's just going to abruptly end with season 53? Is that really okay?
What?
Huh?
No.
Your words can't reach them anymore.
That's it.
You never appreciated us. And it looks like you didn't appreciate the power of fiction. No one wants you anymore. No one wants to hear your sick, twisted stories anymore. It's over. This is it. It's finished. It really is the end, isn't it? So what are we going to do now? Now that it's over, there's no need for any punishments.
No.
What a half-assed ending. This is no way to end Danganronpa.
Yeah.
No, it needs to end with a punishment, at the very least. And Naruhodo.
Hey!
Now, if we continue to live after this, the choice we made won't really matter. The people will just want another killing game, so...
That's true.
So the only way we can stop this killing game is to kill ourselves. Got it. So, let's just get it over with. It's going to end with everyone being annihilated. I never expected an ending like that. So I don't have a punishment ready.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it to Kibo.
Yes.
Alright, I'll do it. I'll be the one who ends this killing game. I'll bring this fiction to an end.
It's the will of the outside world. Destroy this entire fictional world and end the killing game.
Already get his weapons back.
That is what the outside world wants.
I worked hard to keep this going for 53 seasons and now it's all over. Oh, that's fine. If this is a world without killing games now, I don't want to be a part of it. I have no interest in a world without Danganronpa. I guess this is it for us. No survivors. That's kind of a bummer.
It's okay.
But now it's all over. We're the last ones to suffer from the killing games.
Okay.
Come on, everyone. We should be proud. We were able to change the world in the end.
Because
It isn't all just fiction. Everything we've achieved up until now might be a lie. But those lies, they change the world. Even if we are just fictional characters, someone made up.
That's it!
We were able to change the world.
All right!
Yeah, right. I feel the same way. My plan was such a flawless copy, it even failed right at the end.
So I should be able to hold my head up high!
As a cosplay cat criminal, right?
Huh?
A cosplay cat criminal?
Everyone!
Very well, let's begin. Or rather, let's end this. This is the will of the outside world. Alright, so is this the actual end? Right? I think. Maybe. Okay. Well, I'm assuming this is the end, unless there's like a end credit scene, but alright. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I'll need time to process what I just saw. But my initial thoughts are, they kind of just, the writers just ran out of ideas for a third game and just said, you know what, let's just take the piss. Let's just take the fucking piss with this one. That's my initial feelings about it. It might change over time once I let it cook a little bit more in my mind. I mean, the overall game is still pretty good. Like, I like all the different cases and all the different twists available. But this finale, it's contentious, I'll say that. Like, I don't know, like, I don't mind going down the meta route, but I feel like it was almost too much. Like, overdone. Like, they really went way too hard with it. And it felt like they were just like flipping the middle finger to the players. Like fuck you. Here's a bunch of bullshit. That's what I feel like the writers were doing to me right now. Just fuck you. Whoa. I wonder if this is the correct ending, though. This might not be the canon ending for all I know. I might have picked the wrong choices to get here. Most of the things line up, though. Like, everything has been accounted for. All the clues we saw and everything. I did get an ace in the choir. I did get an ace for doing the case, though. Yeah, like, overall, like, if you like Danganronpa, I guess you should still play Danganronpa 3. It's very contentious, I feel, but I mean, the individual cases, there's pretty good ones. And it is kind of interesting seeing how the whole fourth wall breaking comes in at the very end. Though I do feel like it was over. It was done too much. They didn't have to go that hard, and I don't mean that in a good way. I feel like they got so up their own ass with the whole meta commentary that everything sort of just lost all meaning and coherency. Like the whole hope versus despair argument at the end, I feel like I didn't even understand what they were fighting for anymore. It felt all arbitrary. Like, what is hope and what is despair? What are they really fighting for here? It didn't make sense to me anymore. Like, it just seemed like they were yelling the words hope and despair over each other, and it just, I couldn't follow it. Maybe that's why I feel like I need to cook on it a little bit more, because I don't fully comprehend what they were trying to say. And maybe it's like a translation thing from the Japanese to the English, but I couldn't follow, you know? All right. Any post-credits stuff? Okay, we got a little music here. Okay, there. Now it's time for the actual credits. Okay. Danganronpa 53. There we go. You have acquired the new theme, Danganronpa 53. Danganronpa employee badge. Variety cushion. To each their own roulette. Easter egg. You must save the game before you can use the clear data bonus. We strongly recommend that you save the game. Okay, there it is. We finish, I think. Oh,
Are you okay?
Oh, it's not over. Okay.
Yeah, somehow.
I'm sort of stuck here. Someone help me out.
Himiko, careful.
Yeah, I'm saved.
We made it. Hey, how were we saved? Why are we still alive?
Yeah, why are we alive? I wonder...
The killing game is over. The class trials are over. And the fictional world is over. So then, where are we? Another fictional world, and after the fiction has ended? What's left for us here? Everyone's killing game, closing ceremony. Oh, don't tell me. Oh no, I thought we were done. Okay, there's more. We were silent for a long while, staring to the other side, where we continued to hope, and they continued to torture us in the outside world. 53 times. Hope moved forward. 53 times. The suffering continued. The world on the other side of the fiction, the real world.
So, what do we do now?
We didn't think of a plan for what to do after. I thought that was the end of us back there.
But we survived. And that's the truth.
Or is it?
Okay.
It seems as though we don't really have a choice. We can't stay here anymore.
Hey,
But I don't get it. Seriously, how are we still alive? When this world destroyed itself, I thought we would go down with it.
You're right.
Kiba probably saved us. Made sure we didn't die.
why?
But why would he do that? There's no point in escaping to the outside world. We're just fictional characters. Did Kiba save us because he was acting on what the outside world wanted?
No.
Then maybe this is what the outside world wanted. Yeah, for us to live?
Okay.
That's right. In addition to ending all of this, the outside world wanted us to live. I suppose the outside world wanted this lie to become the truth. So, come on, everyone. Let's head outside with confidence.
Remember,
The outside world is waiting. To the outside world, huh? I wonder what kind of world it is. A peaceful world with no fighting and no despair. That's what Samugi said, right?
you're right.
Yeah, if she wasn't lying. It might be a lie?
Because...
Remember the last thing Samugi said? My plan was such a flawless copy, it even failed right at the end. So I should be able to hold my head up high as a cosplay cat criminal, right?
If I remember correctly...
She said copy. That means she must have been copying someone, right? What does that mean? Well, indeed.
What did you say?
What? You don't know?
But...
well, I have some theories. Perhaps Hope's Peak Academy and the remnants of despair really exist. Maybe Samugi was just basing her performance on them.
Hey!
So Samugi lied about this whole world being just fiction?
What did you say?
Oh, what? A surprise ending?
No.
No, I don't really know for sure. She might have been lying when she said copy. But if she were telling the truth, then it would make sense that that was a lie.
What?
What do you mean that?
That's...
What Samugi showed us. The way we were when we first arrived.
Huh?
What am I wearing?
How nice!
Looking good. Now you look more like Ultimates.
Huh?
Ultimates, really?
So...
Next up, the memory you've all been waiting for.
You guys are ready?
Hell yeah. Get ready. Once the seal is broken, we'll be in the domain of the killing game. Killing game?
Could it be...
You mean we were selected?
All right.
We got picked? Really? All right. Whoa. Really? I'm selected for it too?
But...
I still don't believe it. I can't believe that any of us would volunteer for this. We forgot everything about our old selves after that first flashback light, didn't we?
If I remember correctly...
That's what Samugi said, but something's been bugging me about that. Even if we were obsessed with this killing game, still can't believe we would participate in it. I don't believe it. Yeah, but I don't really have any logic behind that.
What?
Well, if Kaito's hunches, huh?
What's the point?
Hey, there's no way for us to check when we all applied to the academy, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What? We can't check? So in the end, we still don't know what was true or not. The fictional world ends here, and the real world lies out there. Perhaps just beyond here is the truth. But maybe it isn't.
Don't tell me.
Maybe it's all still fiction in that world, or... Maybe Danganronpa still continues in that world, or... Or maybe the outside world is just the same as this world. Maybe it might be a world filled with lies. Well, if we can get out from here, we'll know for sure.
But...
Yeah, but I feel like there's not too much meaning in truth and lies. What do you mean? I mean, even if something is a lie, even if it's fiction,
Remember...
if it has the power to change the world, then it must contain some kind of truth.
Aren't we proof of that? In this fictional world, we overcame all these fictional struggles. But those things changed us, and we were able to change the world. So it doesn't really matter where the truth ends and where the lies begin. If lies can change the world just as well as the truth can, then lies are just another way of telling the truth. Some lies can lead the world to hope. Some truths can lead the world to despair. So I don't think anyone can really say which is more right in the end.
I guess it's not important whether it's a truth or a lie. What it leads to.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
We stand with 1 foot in fiction and 1 foot in reality.
Then, we need to see for ourselves whether this fictional world has changed the outside world, and what we can do from this point on.
You're right. We can't stay in this fictional world forever. It's already over. We gotta take all the experience we earned in this world and go on to the next.
Yeah. Let's go. We'll see what this world gained and what it lost, and all the rest. Let's find out together.
To the other side of this world. To the other side of fiction. Let's find out. Together. It's what we could accomplish. The story lives on. I'm sure. Even now. Even on the other side. It lives on there as well. And thus, the story lives on. Was this lie able to change something? Was this lie able to change someone? Was this lie able to change the world? Even it was able to change even the smallest thing. Then the story isn't over. Okay, this is a tile screen, so I'm thinking we're done here, right? Now it's the final part? Yeah, it's definitely the end now. Okay, alright, so closing thoughts. Okay, well, at least we have that epilogue there, so we know what happened to the characters. The overall structure of the story, like, I don't necessarily have a problem with where they went with it. I just feel the execution could have been a lot better. I feel like a lot of the ideas that they had for Danganronpa V3 were nice, but the way in which they pulled it off didn't hit as well sometimes. And like that last trial was it for me, really. Like, I don't mind it being a whole like discussion about fiction and the impact of fiction and how it affects reality and all that stuff, but it got way too up its own ass, I feel. It got and I know they made fun of me complaining about it being too meta. The writers had that in mind when they wrote it, but pointing it out doesn't make it better, I feel. It's kind of like in that new Velma show where they always talk about the tropes that they use, and they think that pointing it out somehow absolves them of criticism, but it really isn't. Like, it doesn't matter if you're aware you're being a shit writer. You're still being a shit writer. So, like, I don't mind it going through that meta. I don't mind it getting meta, but it went way too hard on it, and it got to the point where it was just really hard to comprehend what everyone's motives at the end were. The whole voting for Tsumugi or Kibo shit at the end. Like, what was all that about, really? Like, it didn't... I couldn't follow what was going on because it just felt arbitrary. Like, Tsumugi just proposed, okay, if you vote for this, this will happen. If you vote for this... My Google Nest started acting up when I said the words. But yeah, it felt like Tsumugi said, if you do this, if you vote this way, I'll do this. And if you vote this way, I'll do this. And it was just completely arbitrary and meaningless. They kept attaching the words hope and despair to what they were doing, but it made no sense to me. I could not follow it at all. It's like you know how when you say word enough times, it just kind of loses meaning? Like with that last case there, it just went overboard. They kept going back with hope and despair, and at some point, I just didn't understand what they were fighting for anymore. Like, what were we... Well, what exactly are you trying to communicate here? Maybe it's because, like, you know, I'm in streamer mode right now, so I don't have access to all my brain cells. So I couldn't really think about it. I definitely do need to think about the story more. I'm going to look over some discussion threads over this and some analysis and really cook my thoughts over on this, because I don't want to judge it too harshly. Because I feel like, you know, the game itself I did enjoy. It is fun being able to uncover some of being able to solve these mysteries. And to the game's credit, the actual mini games themselves weren't as frustrating as all the prior Danganronpa games I played. Some of the mini games still kind of suck though. I feel like your bread and butter is going to be the non-stop debates. And I know you have to mix things up a little bit, but honestly, like, I wouldn't complain if it was all just non-stop debates. Like that's the strength of the game. It's fine. Just stick with that. You know, maybe throw in a few things to mix it up, but like the separate mini games like Hangman's Gambit, the fucking mining thing, the fucking taxi ride bullshit, like, you don't need that. It's not necessary. That's not why I play the game. I'm playing it for the story. I want to do all the detective stuff, right? I like that. And at the very beginning, I was, you know, when I first played the game and got through that first case, I was really salty about what happened with Kaede. I was salty about how, you know, there was a unreliable narrator situation. I guess this kind of, like, Chapter 6 kind of retcons that a little bit and, you know, gives me, it makes it more... It does plug up some of the holes that I've noticed with that first chapter, because again, like, the way in which Kaede was going to murder Rantaro was just too contrived for it to really work. I know, like, all the murders were contrived to an extent, but hers like required perfect timing and perfect placement, and that was not something you could have factored in. So I'm glad that was actually something that came into that was actually something that went into consideration, and that's why we got that reveal in Chapter 6. So that did make me feel a little bit better about that. The individual cases afterwards, let's see, the Kurumi one, it was all right, but that was quite a backstory for her. The one for Angi's and Tenko's deaths, that was also good, but man, that was a really weird reveal, and that was just completely out of nowhere. I should have spent more time hanging out with him, though, to be fair. Then who else do we have? Oh yeah, then Gonta. It was really sad to see Gonta go. I was really rooting for that guy. And yeah, that chapter really solidified me disliking Kokichi. So going to Chapter 5, I'll give it to Kokichi. He gave us a very interesting case, but I don't know, it still doesn't redeem him as a character for me. He's still a complete annoyance. Having a character who lies all the fucking time, like, it is interesting for a detective story like this, but at the same time, it's very, it feels like it feeds into lazy writing, because Kokichi as a character can effectively do whatever and it never needs to be explained because he just lies all the fucking time, so we never really understand what his motives are to begin with, and therefore whoever's writing him doesn't need his character to make sense because it'll never be explained anyway. And I feel with Chapter 6 they kind of went a little too hard with that whole lies and truth bullshit. Again, like, I don't mind it going into the whole meta commentary aspect, but yeah, it just went too far into it. It got very masturbatory. Like, the writers were jerking off to how much fourth wall breaking they were able to do with that final chapter. And I'm betting most people figured out Tsumugi was up to something. Literally 5 chapters and she contributes almost nothing at all. It had to happen. It would have been funny though if it ended up turning out that she had absolutely nothing meaningful to do at all. That would have been a hell of a turn of events. She was just completely plain and nothing interesting was gonna happen with her. But it turns out she's a ultimate cosplay cat criminal, whatever. Doesn't matter. Again, like overall, the game I still enjoyed. It was nice going through each individual case. At least the actual case parts. The whole the overall story, I need to cook on it a little bit more. I'm still kind of salty. I feel like, I feel like I can't follow it as well. It's just, they just kept saying hope and despair over and over again. It just kind of lost meaning to me at some point. I am glad that the character, the 3 characters that then survived. So I'm content with that. I wonder if this is the Team Danganronpa's way of saying this is it. Like fuck all you Danganronpa fans. We're done writing this game. Here's this ultimate F you to all of you guys. We're done. Like, how do you follow this? Like this one completely took the piss. Like I said before, I don't want to keep complaining about the writers here, because I feel like it's just, you can interpret it a different way, but it just felt like they did it for the sake of being edgy, and I don't know. I don't want to be so dismissive about it. I want more time to think about this and really think about what the writers were going for before I really go in on criticizing it. I feel like, well, it's still a good game. I'll say that. But I can see why it's so contentious in the community. Man, I don't want to leave it off on a bad note here on the stream, because this is going to be the last Danganronpa stream we do. I think, unless the another one comes out. But, I don't know what it's saying. There's just so much to unpack, and my brain's just dead. Overall, it's a good game. The individual cases I enjoyed. The overall plot, I need to process a little bit more. I need to think about it a little bit more. My initial thoughts is that they just kind of got a little too into it, to the point where they kind of got lost in the sauce and made it kind of unbearable for viewers like myself playing the game. But I'll give them, I'll try to think over it a little bit more, because it's still interesting, but a little too self-masturbatory, I feel. Yeah, alright. I don't want to end it negatively like this, but it's still a good game. It's still a good game, okay? It's interesting. I'll give it that. A lot of interesting ideas and concepts. The gameplay itself is an improvement from the prior games, but honestly, just from now on, just stick with non-stop debates. That's what you do best, and focus on refining that formula if there are more Danganronpa games in the future. Alright, so that's gonna be it for this evening. I wish I had more fun things to say, but I have to work tomorrow, so we'll cut off here. So for anyone who's watching, thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Peko and Celeste, for stopping by and participating in the chat. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye. I still think Kurumi's best girl.